think we are live. Let's see. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. Well, one thing I should probably do is make sure that this thing is ducked against the audio that we're getting. Let's see.
Everything is sounding good here.
Yeah. Like maybe the music is a little loud and turn that down a bit.
I've got a new mic.
So, well, I can hear you guys, which is a plus, I guess.
I can hear you fine too.
Absolutely fantastic. So, and you, I suppose you guys are unable to hear the music playing on Discord right now, but if you go on the stream, you'll be able to hear it, and also your own echo, which will be awful. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. Except the sound leveling. Mr. Dan says the sound leveling is off. Well, I'll have to go and... Actually, I can't go and check on Twitch because then that'll pipe back into... Oh, I hear an echo.
Like that. Like that.
Memory Guy joined and was apparently echoing. Okay. Well, so obviously we're not going to listen to the whole Day of the Tentacle soundtrack. This is just to get things up and running and test the levels and such. And I was a bit late. Pardon that. I had to go and drop the family off at the in-laws and then come back, and I came back like 15 minutes before stream time, and I hadn't set anything up. So, let's see. Chat is louder than SQH. Well, that always happens, doesn't it? I can turn you guys down a bit. I think that's the best I can do, because I can't turn myself up any... Actually, I can. I don't know if this is going to peak or not. So I've turned my gain up a bit. How's that?
Oof.
Oof. Well, it doesn't seem to go into the red, so I can actually keep turning it up. Let's see what happens. I'm getting a soups on emoji from Dan. I think that's a good thing. That's usually a good thing. Soups should be on.
I think my eardrums were shot out through my nose.
Oh, after the cold medicine or whatever it was?
Oh no, just when you put your gain up, it just went...
Oh, lovely. Well, I'm just going by the VU meter I see in OBS. It seems to be... It's like kissing the red. I think that's a good place to be. And I think you guys are just absolutely molesting the red. And by the way, the red is the VU meter. It's not a euphemism for anything.
I could hear you before, Avoozle.
Yeah, Avoozle is here, I'm sure. He's trying to overcome the crippling fear of public speaking. Maybe
It's just a new mic.
Oh, right. It sounds very good, actually. I'm going to turn you up a bit. There you go. Avoozle asks in the Discord, is my mic working? It is. I heard you. Okay, so we're off to a bit of a, I don't know, shaky start is perhaps an exaggeration, but we're off to a, sort of an unprepared start. So I should probably tweet out that we are starting. And we're just chilling to the Day of the Tentacle music because, you know, it's something I had on vinyl that I know is not going to get copyright strikes, and it's a pretty decent bootleg vinyl of the Day of the Tentacle soundtrack, recorded off an old Sound Blaster 16 apparently. Which is a weird choice if you're going to put a soundtrack on vinyl, because it was written for like General MIDI and stuff, but they went with the OPL3 anyway. Oh, and Twitch thinks that I am streaming Chaos Brigade. This is what happens if you don't double check shit before you start the stream. Can I change that while I'm streaming? I wonder.
I think you can.
I think maybe.
Oh, that brew is so good.
I forgot to buy mine.
I have some energy drinks in the fridge. I'm gonna go get those in a while. Let's see. Chaos Brigade, that is definitely... And it says I'm playing the Saren Encounter as well. So, and a go live notification is our entry in Adventure... Yeah, I'm all over the place, aren't I? Okay, so this is the Andromedan Positivity Party. I think a go live notification is a bit late at this point, and we're actually not playing a game per se, so... I think that should be it. There you go. I don't know what it says on YouTube. It probably says the same. Let's go and find out, shall we?
It updated.
Yeah, it says Chaos Brigade Episode 2 is live. I should have checked this before I hit stream, but I was like, nah, who's gonna notice, right? Who is gonna notice? No one. That's who. Alright, I'll just edit you, my little friend. Andromedan Positivity Party. Let's get some good vibes from the Two Guys from Andromeda. Yay! Save. Alright, that should be the, At least you went live, right? Yeah, at least I got that far. So, okay. The Andromedan Positivity Party is live. Comes with the good vibes for the Andromeda guys, and let's knock some trolls off the front page of the Kickstarter comments. This is a very loud keyboard. All right, I think that's it. We're on our way now, and we have 2 Aussies in the chat, so it can't go terribly wrong, can it? Maybe. Memory guy says that someday I'll join the Chaos Brigade streams, but I have to stay quiet so I don't wake my daughter. Yeah, it gets a bit rambunctious. Sorry, Mike, what were you saying?
Huh? I'm not guaranteeing you anything just because I'm an Aussie, so...
Good cheer and good vibes and shrimps on the Barbie, or how's that work? What has Barbie done to deserve shrimps anyway? That is...
Well, we eat fucking prawns, so...
Yes. Why did that become the accepted Australian colloquialism abroad when it's not even fucking shrimp?
Paul Hogan had a cocaine habit. One would assume.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Did he originate the phrase?
They used to do like touristy ads like back in the 80s and whatnot when he was doing like stand-up comedian, and then he became, Crocodile Dundee. And then
he was a stand-up comedian. Holy shit!
Yeah, he used to do some really funny like variety show stuff back in like the early 80s and late 70s.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Never knew about that.
No, me neither.
Really? Oh, piss funny. Yeah.
Well, holy shit, I learned something today. Paul Hogan used to be funny. And then he did some adverts, and apparently to make them palatable internationally, he had to say shrimp instead of prawns. Is my guess.
Likely.
Oh, that's fucking horrifying. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go get one of my energy drinks.
Oh, sorry, It was called the Paul Hogan Show, and it started in '73.
You just looked that up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, because I couldn't remember the name of it.
Well, that was a very inventive and suggestive name, the Paul Hogan Show. Booster says, now I want some prawn chips. Yeah, I fucking hate prawns. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my energy drink, and then we'll get started proper. Just hang about. So, if anyone's asking, the reason why I'm drinking energy drinks is because I didn't have time to stop at the shop and get brews. So now we're doing the energy drink. I hope the good people at the bar company, or whoever the fuck is making iron brews these days, aren't listening and or watching. Because I don't want to jeopardize my potential sponsorship for the future, as I've made very clear in the past. The only sponsorship I will accept is from the bar company, the people who make iron brew. Is that, text chat, I'm gonna have to ask you guys, is the sound from the record, is it okay? It sounds a little distorted on my end. I don't know if it's just the playback, or my turntable is on the fritz. God, I hope not.
Why is my Twitch not doing stuff?
There's a sentence. It's good. Matthew Ballard says it's good. Thank you, sir. Very happy to hear that. Okay, so I should actually just we should stop playing Day of the Tentacle for just a tick. I know it's a fantastic soundtrack, and I'm very happy that I got this on vinyl, which was a hell of a head trip, by the way. Of course, this is not an official vinyl. It's a little bootleggy thing that you had to be like part of a special Facebook group, and you had to like go on a special web shop that was only open for like 15 minutes and pick this up. It was a weird experience. I think they're afraid of the mouse, as it were. But anyway, that's not what we're here to listen to today. So, welcome everyone. This is now live. We're now actually live. Welcome to the Andromedan Positivity Party. This is a very special stream that I wanted to do, mainly because I am, quite frankly, sick and tired of all the negativity and trolling that happened and has happened for a number of years on the Space Venture Kickstarter. Now, I'm just going to rewind really far back and ask if anyone is unfamiliar with what the hell the Space Venture is. I'm going to assume most of you who are joining the stream knows what Space Venture is, but just briefly, the Two Guys From Andromeda, creators of the Space Quest series, reunited back in 2012 and decided they were going to make another space adventure game. And what they do had was, just a reunited partnership, and they had the enthusiasm and the flair, and they lost none of the bite and wit and sarcasm and all of that good shit that went into Space Quest. What they didn't have were the rights to Space Quest. So what they did was they said, fuck it, we're just going to make something that's like a spiritual successor or a spiritual sister or brother to Space Quest. And that was Space Venture. So instead of Roger Wilco, the janitor, we now have Ace Hardway, the plumber. And it was successfully crowdfunded. They went home with to the tune of $500,000 USD and set about creating Space Venture. And from that point on, things get really dicey. Lots of personal issues happened. A lot of creative issues happened. They hired a programmer who couldn't quite do what he said he could do. They made the rather unfortunate decision of trying to write an entire engine in Unity instead of just using an existing adventure game engine. So it runs on their proprietary engine, and they were beset with a number of difficulties. Mark's wife had cancer. Scott Murphy was diagnosed with cancer. Scott's mother had Alzheimer's and eventually passed away. And so it's been a long development time, and it still isn't done. And I mention all of this because I don't want this stream to come off as a pardon or I don't want to sit here and pretend that the whole thing has gone smoothly and everyone should just be happy that it exists. Of course, there's been setbacks and some would even say mismanagement. Unfortunate shit has happened. What I don't want and what I don't like to see are people in the Kickstarter comments making assumptions like Scott Murphy's cancer diagnosis was just an excuse to get out of writing for the game, and all of that nonsense. That is not constructive criticism, and that is not it's not healthy, and it's not the sort of feedback people want from a Kickstarter. That's trolling. That is just malicious and not human. So, and the problem is that the Kickstarter comments have been full of this kind of shit. Just not just criticism, but just flat out trolling and toxicity and just horrible shit. And it has been so for very, very, very long, for years and years and years. And for years and years and years, I turned my back on it, as did, I think, most everyone else. There's like one or two stragglers who keep hanging on, who keep responding to the trolls, or who, try to, at least give back as well as they give. But it's just... every sane person who backed this project has long since left the Kickstarter comments, and they've been left to fester and rot and just degenerate into a smoldering pit of hate and trolling and baiting and just negativity all the fucking time. And it's not just your common garden variety trolling. These are some of them are. Some of them will just come in and say, "Wow, this thing is late. I hate everyone." And then some are really malicious baits. Like they'll pretend to be the greatest Space Quest fan ever, and then they'll sort of try and bait long-standing fans. Just poke them a little, try to provoke them so that they'll respond in kind, and then the troll can run back to Kickstarter and say, "I'm being harassed in the comments section." There's one particular person in the comments section who gets his jollies by doing that, and it's just a hellhole. So what I want to do, I know this is a very long explanation. I'm very sorry, everyone. We'll get to listen to some tunes in a second. What I wanted to do was fill this comment section with positive messages, and I have been doing that for a bit. What I did was I made a couple of update videos about Space Venture. One of them was a straight up update video to inform everyone that the game is being developed still and will come out and has been in development all this time. No one has abandoned it, and it's not been a fraud, and it's not been anything of the sort. People are working on the game for free because, of course, the $500,000 that they amassed back in 2012 is long gone. Obviously, I mean, it's been in development for nearly a decade. So obviously the money that they raised is long gone, but they're still working on it out of their own pocket, so to speak, or in a freelance capacity, so to speak. And of course that entails having to make money on the side. So it's been part-time, so that just makes the delay even longer. But when I made that video, I got some really positive and lovely comments in my on my YouTube comments on my YouTube video, and I decided to copy and paste those into the Kickstarter comments in the hopes of sort of knocking back the trolls a bit, just sort of pushing them down at least off the first page. And I did it when I then did another video, which was just reading positive comments aloud as sort of a, kind of a snide slap in the face to the trolls and say, "Hey, you haven't chased anyone away. They just stopped responding to your bullshit." I got more positive comments, and I posted those on the Kickstarter comments. And what I thought we'd do today is just listen to some Space Quest tunes, just sit down, have a chat, be nice, and just generally spread some positive vibes for the Two Guys from Andromeda. And whenever someone writes a positive comment in the chat, in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, I will copy and paste it and post it in the Kickstarter comments. And that's why you can see the Kickstarter comments on your screen next to my lovely little turntable here. So I thought, we just get some positive comments in, and maybe at least get the trolls off the front page. That's what I hope. And I saw a a lovely comment from Dan actually up here that said, one of my strongest gaming memories as a kid was Space Quest 3. Man, that garbage freighter was so scary, and the graphics completely blew away. The two guys helped shape my childhood. And these are the sort of comments that I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anyone to just blindly, praise the Two Guys from Andromeda, and I'm not looking to history, revisionist history, pretend that everything has been going smoothly for the past decade. That's not what this is about. And this is not a fundraiser either. I'm not collecting money for the Two Guys from Andromeda. I'm not doing any of the sort. I just want to give them some positive feedback, something that they haven't had for, I'm going to say 7 or 8 years or something, like when the trolls started piling in and driving away everyone. So what I'm going to do, actually I'm going to ask first, obviously, I'm going to ask Dan, can I take the quote that I just read aloud and post in the comment section? And if anyone else wants to write something, yes. Dan says yes. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to do this. And, of course, credit. And post. And this is what I'm going to do. This is what we are going to do. So the Deluxe Tux has a nice comment that says, I'm pretty patient and I'm just excited to play the game. I'm happy they are still working on it and I wish them the best. Am I allowed to copy and paste this? Please, if you leave a great comment, just type in parentheses, please post this or for the Kickstarter or whatever, so I know that I have your permission to post it. The Deluxe Tux. There we go. So, I hope there's not a limit to how many comments you can post on a Kickstarter, but this is what we're doing. And just before I put on our first record, the reason why I'm doing this is, well, one, I'm fed up with the trolls, but I was, 8 years ago when they drove me off the comment section as they did with everyone else. Fed up with the trolls. The thing is, with the 2 update videos that I did, they started coming in on my turf and it started annoying me in my comment section. So then I thought, fuck you. This means war. Now this sucks. So now I'm taking the fight back to their home turf. The second one was that I actually got a very lovely email from Chris Pope, who's working with the Two Guys from Andromeda on Space Venture, and also got a very nice email from Mark Crow, one of the Two Guys from Andromeda, who both said that the update videos that I did and the comments that they've now seen in the Kickstarter, and some comments that were emailed to them personally, because I encourage people to email them personally and offer their support. And they've actually received some very lovely comments, and they wrote me back and said, we're actually that was a great idea. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pat myself on the back and think, hey, I'm the fucking savior of everything. No, I'm just saying they appreciated the helpful and delightful comments that you guys wrote to them. And for that, I just thought we could do more. So let's do more. And 8mark has posted, Space Quest 4 was one of the first Sierra games I played, and I have very fond memories of the writing, the wonderful narration, and I still have nightmares from the random zombie encounters in the opening area. Many wholesome memories thanks to the guys from Andromeda, and I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, 8mark. I'm going to post that right away. 8mark. I'm just going to spell your name right, hopefully. 8mark. There you go. And I'm now going. It's incredible that you mentioned Space Quest 4, because the first record I'm going to put on is the Space Quest 4 soundtrack. Now, again, I'm not doing this to be self-aggrandizing. I realize it might come off as such, but I thought, if I just sit here and play Space Quest music off the MC32 or whatever, it would be kind of a. I mean, there's not a lot of visual element to that, and also I happen to really, really like vinyl records. so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... Yeah. So... Can you still see the records? But you can still... I should keep the lid up, right? I should keep the lid up. Can I take the lid off entirely? I can't. I'm not going to...
Well, you can. It just breaks the lid.
I could do that. I could absolutely break it, but I won't do that. Guy from Andromeda says, when the campaign was active, I didn't have a proper job and I couldn't afford to contribute, which was very sad, but I've since pre-ordered the game and I'm still excited about it. I'm gonna post that. Because I happen to know Guy from Andromeda, and I think he wouldn't mind that I posted this comment. There you go. Sorry about the clacking in the keyboard. You could read some Space Quest death messages along to the music as an extra spoken word performance. That's Horse Control Films. That's a good idea. I actually just want.
It's got to be either a Gary Owens impersonation or Shatner.
I couldn't possibly do either of those. But actually, there is a lovely website that can cater to exactly that desire. It's the Many Deaths of Roger Wilco. I used to be able to do the. Oh, there you go.
Did she end up upgrading her website? Because I remember her saying that on her on your podcast, that she was trying to get someone who learnt PHP or something along those lines.
I think we might be confusing. Because we have Acryl, who deep dives into, stuff that's in the resource files and weren't in the actual game. She has a whole website about that. And this is JC, who did a whole website about all the death messages. Two separate people. And I don't think I've had JC on the podcast.
You had her on a Halloween
special,
I was pretty sure, yeah.
The podcast is such a fucking blur to me.
Hold on, I'll check on my server. I'll be able to tell you what episode.
If anyone's wondering why I'm not on camera, incidentally, there was a lovely message earlier from Dan about how my hands were very nice. Thank you. I don't moisturize. Sorry. The reason why I'm not doing that is because it is unseasonably hot in my neck of the woods right now. And I've actually got my shirt off. I'm just in my underpants. No one deserves to see that. And I cannot, in good conscience, put on a shirt and start sweating buckets and pass out from the heat and such. And because I have two Aussies in the text in the voice chat right now with me, I'm just gonna before this and say yes, it's probably very cold to you, but for a Scandinavian, let me just check the current temperature here. It's 25 degrees Celsius. It was 28 earlier. But still, anything above 20 is awful to Scandinavians.
I'd lovely to have that. It's been 4 degrees here, maybe top of 7 today. It's
right, because it's winter on the on opposite world.
Yep.
Sorry, just had to have a little chat there.
It's like 11 C here.
Wow, 11 degrees in winter. That's pretty rad too. It is hot. It's too hot. Dan is in Sweden, and he knows what's up. We have roughly the same weather. I would imagine it's actually a little colder in Sweden than it is in Denmark. But it's way too hot. Thank you, Tukes, for the wonderful comment. I'm just going to read it out loud. I'll never forget getting my first PC in the fall of 1992 and stumbling upon the Space Quest 4 CD-ROM randomly in a software store. What I got changed my life. As a Nintendo kid, I never imagined a game could tell a story or make me laugh or blow my mind with its visuals, voice acting, and sound. Space Quest 4 changed how I saw video games, and Space Quest will always have a place in my heart. Thankful to the two guys for years of laughs and entertainment. Cannot wait for Space Venture, sorry. And a heart emoji too. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that comment, Tukes.
To go back just a tad, it was season 2, episode 21, Death in Space, it's called.
Oh, okay. Nice. Because JC and I had a little bit of a falling out. I mean, it's not like we had a huge blow up or anything, but we just had some differences of opinion, and we haven't talked for a very long time now. So apparently that must have been before that happened.
Well, that would have been 2014, I think.
Yeah, it must have been, because I started the podcast round about the time the two guys made their comeback. Oh shit, Guy from Andromeda says it's a bit warmer in Sweden, had some thunder. Yeah, the humidity is... Oh god, when the rain comes and the humidity kicks in, oh, that is just the worst. Oh, the Screaming Celt left a nice message. It says, the Space Quest and Quest for Glory series were huge therapy for me when my father died when I was a child. Oh god, that went a dark place. The humor, drama, and great storytelling, those have made a place in my heart. Screaming Celt, since that is a very personal message, do I have your permission to post that? Oh, and it continues, a special place in my heart that will never go away. The two guys in Space Pope have been through hell and back during the development of this game, and they have my full support. That is a very, very lovely message. Thank you so much for putting that in. But I just want to confirm that I'm allowed to post that, like, very personal message on their Kickstarter. Heisa says, how many Australians are online? Probably too many, says Dan. Thank you, Kel. Thank you. I'm allowed to post the comment. That is a very, very lovely comment. Thank you. There we go. It's very. I'm already. I'm blown away by the the positivity and the lovely comments that you guys are posting in the chat. That is fantastic. That is exactly what I'd hoped would happen. I was actually kind of worried I'd just be sitting here on my own, just listening to records and not doing much of anything, and just leaving comments of my own. Really, how many Australians does it take to run a live stream? Is this a joke, or do I just? I guess I would go as far as to say one.
I'm putting a Vurzil in that chair. Yeah. I'm steering clear of that comment.
Vurzil, how many Australians does it take?
I can't answer that.
Fair enough. Stop me if you've heard this one. Just a quick aside. My new favorite stand-up comedian, and I've talked to Michael about this a couple of times, is a felt puppet from Melbourne called Randy. Vurzil, have you ever heard of this dude?
Not really.
It's just amazing, and he's It's a puppet. It's like, your average little rod puppet. But the dude puppeteering him is so good that after like 10 minutes, you forget it's a puppet. And he's the most foul-mouthed little bastard ever. And he has really good stand-up material. So good on you, Aussies.
He's doing a TV show with Sammy J for the ABC now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're like cops or something like that. I can't remember. So.
Dan has a very good idea, which is to set up a little text window that says, what is this about? It might help newcomers. Right, that is a very good idea. Well, what should I put in this? Sorry, it's just gonna splurge all over the screen for a bit as I'm typing this. Let's see. Andromedan Positivity Party. Leave a message of support for the two guys from Andromeda in the text chat, and I will post it on their Kickstarter page. I'm tempted to write like reclaim the Kickstarter or something, but I'm alright. I should have no, that seems to work. There we go. That's nice. I mean, it's not the most professional setup or anything, but I had like 5 minutes to do it, so that's all right. It works. We're listening to music. Oh, and I actually really wanted a second camera to show the cover of whatever record we're listening to. I couldn't quite get that to work. I don't know if this
screenshot maybe.
Maybe that doesn't. This is. I can just do this for a little bit. So, because I need something to talk about. The record we're listening to right now is the first reorchestration of the Space Quest 4 soundtrack that because when I went to PAX, I saw like Grim Fandango and Undertale had vinyl soundtracks. I didn't know that video game vinyl was such a huge deal, as it obviously is now. Like huge box sets and stuff coming out. I had no idea about any of that. I just picked up Grim Fandango soundtrack on vinyl, and I thought, why isn't Space Quest on vinyl? So I went home and couldn't really bring myself to just put out a straight up recording of the soundtrack on a record, because I knew that would be like a very, very legal gray area, if not an entirely black area. So what I did was slightly lighten that black area to a very light gray by taking the original MIDI files and putting them into my music software and what I call reorchestrating, which is basically pick new instruments and sort of produce, like double some instruments up, pan them and master them and all that stuff, and master them from vinyl. And that's what I put out on this record. And I was very fortunate that Ken Allen, the original composer of much of the soundtrack, was totally on board with the idea and, picked up a copy of his own and even signed a copy and sent that to me, which is absolutely lovely of him. Thank you so much, Ken. And he also helped promote it, and yeah. So that was a fun experiment, and after that, some more soundtracks followed on vinyl, but this was the very, very first one, and I think there's like 170 copies of this made. And it was supposed to be a black and blue sort of, there was supposed to be like a blue blotch in the middle of it, and then the rest of the vinyl was supposed to be black. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong. It's a little blue around the edges, and there's like a hint of blue around the label in the middle, which is not how it looked in the mock-up, but anyway, this is how it came out.
Yeah, my mum was mostly blue around the edges, and because I bought a few because I got a DJ friend that actually once I gave copies of the Space Quest vinyl to as well because he was obsessed with it as a kid.
Nice.
But you showed me a photo of it, and all the prints just came out so random and different. It was incredible.
Yeah,
I think mine turned out the same way.
Yeah, I have this one, and then I have the one that Ken sent me. I only got one for myself, which is a mistake I'll never make again. And it looked like this. And
Did they give you a remote and a rose?
I'm sorry, what?
You said Ken sent me.
Oh, good one. Wrong Ken, but yeah, good one. So and they both look like this. So actually, interestingly, if you go on Q-Rates now, this was funded through Q-Rates. If you go on Q-Rates and try to make a new record and try to pick the same color combination that we picked for this record, it won't let you do it. The pressing plant, the pressing plant apparently just went, nah, dudes, we're not doing this. Oh, Saxcat Gaming Corner put a lovely comment in that says, hey, no matter when the game comes out, we know at this point we're gonna get it. I personally can't wait to play it, but I will wait as long as it takes. I am going to post that in the comment section. Cats Gaming Corner, because that is a very, very lovely comment. Thank you so much. And the Deluxe Tux has a very good point. Negative comments aren't helping anybody. Sometimes I worry my online persona comes across as not genuine because I really keep almost everything I say positive, but it takes a very special kind of person to flame a Kickstarter. Yeah, and I was really, it's so weird because it's not just, hey, this is late and you should feel bad trolling. There's some of that. And then there's just like really, really weird stuff. Like one of the trolls got really hung up about Scott Murphy for some reason, like really antagonistic about him. And apparently it was because Scott's political views didn't mesh with his own. So he went on this amazing rant about Black Lives Matter and all this stuff, and it got deleted by Kickstarter. Even Kickstarter just looked at that and went, "That's not good." Yeah, we got. So of course the other trolls in the comment section took that as a sign that the Two Guys from Andromeda were now censoring the comment section, which just provided more fuel for their fire. And good fucking lord, it's amazing what kind of a it's almost fascinating, like from an anthropological standpoint. Like if you step back and try not to get your feelings in the mix and just look at it, it's so amazing how the whole comment section just degenerated into a circle jerk of trolls, like trolls trolling each other and just patting each other on the back and saying, "Good job, you've now trolled me, and that was really hilarious, haha." And we've actually sort of wondered in sort of like on Twitter and off the comment section, we've wondered, like, why do they keep posting comments? Because every sensible person has been driven off of the comment section years ago. Why do they keep posting comments? And I actually don't remember who it was, but someone suggested that it was when the game comes out, you know, it's going to get reviews from, you know, websites and magazines and whatever. If there are still gaming magazines, I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, it's going to get reviews, and those reviewers are probably going to go back and have a look at the Kickstarter campaign, because, you know, part of the story, like it or not, is that this game has taken a very long time to develop, and I'm not here to hide that fact. Obviously, it has, and it has been subject to a lot of, you know, let's say poor managerial decisions. I mean, the two guys from Andromeda made the claim that, you know, you're gonna be able to look over our shoulders as we make this game, and we're gonna be available on social media and such. And I think they overpromised on that end. They're not the look us over the shoulder kind of people when they're making games. What they used to do at Sierra was simply lock the door and come out 6 months later and say, "Here's the game." So they kind of overpromised on that end. But where the hell was I going with that? But God, I lost my train of thought there.
Must be the energy drink. Not enough brew.
That must be it. I need to have another sip of that. Because my cat is auto-cocking next to me, and, you know, yeah, that's very distracting. Oh yeah, I was talking about the anthropological. Like, why do they keep posting comments? Now I'm back on track. Because reviewers are going to go back and look at the Kickstarter, and they're going to see years and years of negative comments, and they're going to make the assumption that the whole thing was a shit show from day one. And they're going to put that in the review, and you know, for the trolls' personal amusements, they're going to go, haha, we composed this narrative that the Two Guys From Andromeda's Kickstarter was doomed from the start, and it's been a shit show all these years, and they took the money and ran, and they invented terrible life-threatening illnesses just to get out of working on the game, and all of that bullshit. And I'm just not... Sorry.
They're like the 8chan of Sierra games.
Kind of,
like,
yeah.
It's just,
and they're just so disingenuous. And, you know, because the game is so close to being finished now, I'm just not going to stand for it anymore. Fuck it. I know that the Two Guys From Andromeda personally have said for a long time, just leave them be. We don't care. It's they're just trolls. We recognize them as trolls, and we're not gonna, you know, dignify their existence by responding or getting into an argument or whatever. We're just gonna take it on the chin and move on. And for the years and years, that's what I did as well. Turned my back on it, respected their wishes, don't engage, don't do anything. Just leave them be. Just leave them to simmer. But it's been years. And now with the game so close to being released, I'm like, fuck it. Not anymore. So I recognize that I'm probably disrespecting the wishes of the Two Guys From Andromeda by doing this. But I am personally fucking sick of this. So let's have a look in the chat. Some very lovely comments have come in. Friday Night Arcade says, "It's too bad there's so much negativity towards the two guys. People don't realize that making a modern game is difficult when you don't have a full studio." That is true, and because they are essentially the Two Guys From Andromeda, Mark Crow and Scott Murphy, and Chris Pope, who put together the Kickstarter for them, and has been sort of acting as an unofficial producer, even though they probably should have hired an actual producer for the project. That's one of the things that I personally think is, as hindsight is 2020 obviously, but that's one of the things they probably should have done from the start. And then they've hired some programmers, and they've had some freelance artists help them along the way, but it's mainly been 3 people. It's mainly been the Two Guys From Andromeda and Chris Pope, and whatever programmer came along the way. Now Tyler and PCJ, Tyler and Patrick are the 2 main programmers anyway, who are working on the project. But it's been a really, really, really small team, and Mark has been basically doing all the artwork on his own. Scott Murphy was unable to get into programming because they tried teaching him how to work Unity, and he just couldn't do it because Scott has ADHD, and it's gotten a lot worse over the years. And also, he was a bit distracted with only getting 2 hours of sleep a night because he was afraid his Alzheimer's suffering mom would get up and set the house on fire in the middle of the night, which is not a good way to function. So anyway, so it is a really small team, and I'm really amazed that not only are they still working on it, or I'm sorry, not only are they able to produce a game, but that they are still working on it. And it's that is amazing. I'm actually going to post that lovely comment from Friday Night Arcade. It's that's a very lovely comment. Thank you. It's too bad there's so much negativity. People don't realize that making a modern game is difficult when you don't have a full studio. Friday Night Arcade. Thank you so much for that comment. And there are more comments. Old Dead Man. As someone whose boys are named Roger, Mark, and Scott, I'd say I'm a fan. Looking forward to when the game is released. Yeah. Old Dead Man is a... Yeah.
That is fucking cool.
Yeah.
He's a lovely person. He joined the SQH community very recently, and did a let's play of our Adventure Jam game, and is contributing voices to the Space Quest movie that we'll be watching a rough cut of later this evening. So it's thank you so, and then he told us that his boys are named Roger, Mark, and Scott. And I was like, oh, good lord. I mean, my good friend Jess Morissette, who started the Roger Wilco's Virtual Broom Closet, which has the distinction of being the first ever Space Quest fan site and probably the first ever computer game fan site on the web. At least that's what he claims. He named his daughter Beatrice. But I mean, that's to name all 3 of your boys Roger, Mark, and Scott. That's a whole nother level.
Wow.
So a lot of the music on this record, since this was the first one that I did, and with the support of Ken Allen, but there were some tracks that are a bit wonky. I felt I could have done a better job of, and also I started noticing that people were reselling this record on eBay for just insane amounts of money, which is a bit weird because I purposely donated all the proceeds to charity and didn't make any profit on the records myself, so it was a little shitty. I felt to just resell them for insane amounts of money on eBay. But anyway, so I actually went back and did a reorchestration of the soundtrack and put out the full soundtrack on a double record. Because this first one is just a single record, and none of the Galaxy Galleria tunes are on this record, because there wasn't room, and there's a bunch of other cool music pieces that there just wasn't room for. So, I mean, you could say that this is like the abridged version of the soundtrack. But also, as we'll hear, maybe, if I can shut up for 5 seconds, in the penultimate track, there's actually a really, really annoying bum note that crept in and that I didn't catch before it was too late. So there's like one synth instrument that just plays an entirely wrong note that's not supposed to be there at all. And it's every time I listen to it, I just grit my teeth and go, oh my god, how did I ever let this happen? So of course, the double record re-release that we did of this called the Blue Frogs edition doesn't have that very embarrassing error, and it also has a couple of remixes of the tunes here. Some of the mixes of these tunes I wasn't entirely happy with, but it was my first go around, and it's a nice color, I guess. Yeah, Screaming Celt says the infamous quest in Unknown Realms people also have trolls. Screaming Celt has tried to rationally talk to them, but it's like throwing gasoline on a fire. And yeah, that is exactly it. You cannot engage with people who are really there just to be bullies for their own personal amusement, because that is what they are. They're bullies, and they bait other fans. And this is why people were driven off the Kickstarter commons in the first place, is because whenever they would respond in sort of good faith, in like, okay, you're actually wrong about this, or that hasn't been proven, or whatever, because the trolls would make these grandiose assumptions, these very like far out assumptions, like for instance that Scott Murphy invented cancer to not get to write on the game or whatever, and people would respond and say, what kind of proof do you have of that, and what's the point of putting that in the Kickstarter comments? And then other trolls would pounce on them and dredge up old posts and dredge up stuff that out of context would sound like bloody blah. You know the drill. If you've been on the internet for more than 10 minutes, you know how this shit works. And if you've ever gone and lurked on like some of the subhuman dwellings on Reddit or 4chan especially, this is exactly how that works. It's just one big circle jerk of people pouncing on people who have genuine enthusiasm for the project, which is sad. Which is why, for those of you joining us, this is the Andromedan Positivity Party. What I will do as we are listening to some music and just generally just having a chat is, if you leave a message of support for the Two Guys from Andromeda in the text chat, I will copy and paste it and put it into their Kickstarter comment section in the hopes of drowning out the trolls, in the hopes of just pushing them off the front page. And it's a long front page, but every bit helps. Obviously, you don't have to leave a huge comment or anything, just a couple of nice words or whatever. And again, we're not here to erase the past. We're not here to do revision history or revisionist history is that phrase. We're not here to pretend that everything has been smooth sailing. We're not here to, say that mistakes weren't made. What we're here to do is say that we still have the Two Guys from Andromeda's back, and we still support them in their endeavors. And we're not about to let trolls ruin that for us. And we're certainly not about to let the trolls influence what gaming journalists will write about the game in the future, because that's once someone pointed that out, I was like, holy shit, yeah. I mean, if they go on the Kickstarter and actually look at these troll comments and assume that is the vibe that genuine fans have of the project, then that is, first of all, awful, and second of all, a completely false narrative. As I was reminded when I did update videos and actually saw positive comments trickle in. Stuff that I didn't solicit. I didn't say in the video, please write something positive in the comments. I am doing that now, though. And by the way, if anyone wants to have a frank talk about the space venture, good and bad, but without the trolling, I completely welcome that. I'm not here to say that you can't have like a sour opinion or that you can't have criticism about how the project was handled or any of that. Of course you can. That is absolutely your right. What I am against is just abject trolling, just bait trolling and being an awful person. That's what I'm against. You're free to disagree and you're free to have criticisms, and I'm sure a lot of the criticisms that people have are valid. Just don't be a fucking asshole about it.
Sharks have got a shark, assholes have got an asshole. It's a way of life.
Oh yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? But so this is the positivity party, and I see, Michael, you left a long and lovely comment that unfortunately got cut off.
Oh wow! There you go. Oh, I've reached my character limit. Can I paste that to you in other means somehow?
Yeah, just throw it on Discord, and I'll copy it and paste it in.
All right, sweet. I'll just do it in the current chatty thingy.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
I'll try to do one as well.
But like I've discussed with you a lot of times, it's just like I wouldn't have met you guys. I wouldn't have had so many awesomely cool experiences over this, pixelated obsession. And like I told you when I first when I was on the Tech Jives thingy and heard your podcast for the first time, like my mum, she came over for dinner and I was just sitting on my veranda and she just said, "Oh, that's that Space Quest game that you obsessed about as a kid." And I went, "Yeah." And she just went, I'll go get you a 6-pack of beers and I'll just leave you be. She knew how much it meant to me, which was insane.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, my parents are a bit like, okay, I was just obsessed with Space Quest since I was like 12 or 13 or whatever. It was the first adventure game I played when I was 8 years old, was Space Quest 2. And they must have looked at me like when I started buying, when I bought the collection when I was 14 and just started writing this huge ass text document about Space Quest and started emailing the designer. I think they must have like gone, okay, so is this what the internet is about now? We thought it was about like schoolwork and paying your taxes and shit, but apparently not.
Well, if I could only go back to that, because now it's about cats farting in sand and people getting 50 million views for it.
Yeah, and influencers in the wild. God, there's a lovely Instagram account called Influencers in the Wild that my wife subscribes to, and it is fucking hilarious because it's pictures of people taking videos and photos of influencers, like posing with whatever sponsored product they have, like out in the open street, or some influencer getting out of her car, putting on a face mask and holding a paintbrush and just posing next to a mural, pretending to be painting it, and then they take the photo and then she just piles into her car and drives off again. It's like, why do people subscribe to this shit? Live long and prosper, y'all, says Proto Mill. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want me to post that in the comments, or is that just for the text chat or for the stream? Oh, this tune, by the way, let me know in the text chat if you want me to turn the music up, or if it's too loud. But this tune, the supercomputer tune, which is just sort of an ambient, noisy kind of whatever the shit. I would go as far as to assume that this is not the favorite piece of music from the soundtrack that anyone's favorite piece of music from the soundtrack. And for some reason, I extended this when I did the double vinyl. For some reason, I went back and actually made this bit longer. Because when you go through the resources when you're going through the resource files of Space Quest 4, what I did was take the MIDI files from Space Quest 4 and put them into my music software and redo it like that. And in the resource file, there are several bits that play when you're in the supercomputer. Some of them are not used in the game at all. Some of them are. The music actually changes depending on what screen you're on. So I discovered another bit of music that I wanted to, that I thought sounded pretty cool and scary and such. So I extended the one bit of music from the soundtrack that nobody asked for. We'll hear that later. Some lovely comments in. Yeah, Sax Cat's Gaming Corner. I remember in middle and high school, a friend of mine had a silly webpage he created. One of the sections had a fan fiction section for Roger Wilco. Wish I had those stories that I poorly wrote, LOL. Oh god, yeah. The Roger Wilco fan fiction. I am guilty of writing some real bangers there as well. All right, so
You did write. So was it Joe Kazara or Kazara? I can't pronounce his name, but yeah. He's got a very lovely sultry voice.
Yeah, he did some audio book-ish. We had him read a couple of paragraphs for the podcast, for the Space Quest Historian podcast. I went back and actually took a look at these old fan fiction novels that my friend Daniel Stacey and I wrote back in the day. Dan, who by the way went on to be the person who redid King's Quest II for AGDI. Then Tierra, now Himalaya Studios. So he actually turned fan fiction into a very lovely thing, and meanwhile I transitioned into just doing dumb YouTube videos instead. Oh shit, sorry, I'm neglecting. Avuzl posted a very nice comment on Discord. I didn't play Space Quest until 2015. I'm just gonna post this one. I'm just gonna copy this into the Kickstarter comments so you guys can read it as well. I didn't play Space Quest until 2015. I played through all the games and loved every minute of them. I was ecstatic when I found out about the spiritual successor Space Venture being worked on. I wish the developers luck and hope they take all the time they need to make this game possible. I am looking forward to it. Thanks, Avuzl. Thank you so much for that. That's a very nice comment. Thank you.
Very nice words, sir.
Very nice words, sir. Very nice words.
Thank you.
Jean-Francois Page. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering that. I don't know if Page is pronounced in English or if it's Paget or what. I don't know. Sorry, but there's a very nice comment from, I'm just gonna say Jean-Francois. Space Quest has always had a special space in my gaming life. First Sierra game I ever played was Space Quest 2. Couldn't get past the Levion Swamp at the time. Don't know if this is a good thing, but I learned a lot of English by playing those games. Me too! I actually learned a lot of English, not just from playing the game, but also from reading the walkthrough that we needed to actually play the game. Because we were like 8 and 9, me and my buddy from school, when we played Space Quest 2. And my buddy had somehow printed out a walkthrough. I don't know where he got it, because this, there's pre-internet days, but he got a walkthrough somehow. And we printed it out on an old dot matrix printer and just sat there because it had all the specific words that you had to enter into the parser in order to solve the game. So we would basically just read those out to each other and then type them into the game. Oh, lovely. Dirella says, Space Quest is the softly playing soundtrack of my childhood. It reminds me of the time I spent with my brother in front of our Atari ST. We will all get our Space Venture when it's ready. Thank you so much, Dirella, for that comment. I see Frohiki47 asks, longtime Space Quest fan, is Space Venture still alive? And he's already, Saxcat has already responded to it, saying, yes, it is complete, but last check, the save and load is not doing what it needs to do and needs to be fixed before release. And yes, Frohiki, just to elaborate on that, it is indeed still being worked on and has been worked on all this time. There was never like a break taken from it, or it was never abandoned or anything like that. It has been worked on this entire time. So just posting Digirella's comment there. Thank you so much for that. Sternby says, oh, hi, by the way, hi, one of the Let's Players who did Let's Plays of our Adventure Jam game. Good to see you, man. I feel bad that I missed the Kickstarter. I enjoy point-and-click games, and the original Sierra titles will always hold a special place in my heart. Seeing that this is done by the two guys, I would gladly have taken part of this. So it takes years to make? Fine. I have tons of other games to keep me happy in the meantime. That is a very nice comment. Thank you. I'm going to post that one as well. The Deluxe Tux says, Adventure games have a long tail. People will be playing Space Venture 30 years after it comes out. Yeah, and hopefully it'll live on as long as, the Space Quest games do. Because, Space Quest is... I'm not going to say like a cult game or anything, because it really was a tremendously popular series, especially in the 90s, and still is. That's why that's why the Space Venture got funded, because the two guys, touched a lot of lives in a very sarcastic and death-obsessed way, and that was fantastic.
That was the other thing. I was going to mention to you, like, it didn't just teach you English; it taught you a shit ton of sarcasm.
Yes, Space Quest shaped my sense of humor like you wouldn't believe, and I've had the pleasure of saying this to Scott Murphy several times, and he blushes and goes, "Oh shucks," every time. But it really did shape me. I mean, between Space Quest, Red Dwarf, and Futurama, that's pretty much my sense of humor all packed in a nutshell there. But Space Quest got there first. Tuxter27, thank you so much for that comment. My first Space Quest was a pirated copy of Space Quest 1 on a beat-up old floppy disk. What really stood the test of time is the music and the humor. Graphically, it felt ahead of other Sierra games at the time. Yeah, and the graphics that Mark Crow is doing for Space Venture is really, really good-looking stuff. And again, it's not going to set the world on fire, but it's got this lovely cartoony sheen to it. Like it's got a real style to it. It's not like a AAA The Witcher kind of Cyberpunk 2070, whatever the hell that was. It's not that kind of game. It is a very lovely crafted 2D adventure game with 3D characters, but they're well animated and very cartoony, very comic booky, which is what Space Quest was always meant to look like, a comic book. I mean, all the way back from Space Quest 3, you can see the comic book influences of Mark Crow, and of course Space Quest 4, and especially Space Quest 5 had that very sort of comic booky visual style to it. Heisa says, how can we buy it? Well, I would imagine it comes out on all platforms like Steam, GOG, and all of that stuff when it's released. So yeah,
you can still buy it from their website, I think. Well, that's how I did it anyway. But that was 2016, no, 2014, I think. So
yeah, you can go on their website and support them with PayPal, and I think that's one of the ways you can also be sure to get a copy. And Jean-François says, really hope they'll put out a big box copy that will be available for those who didn't have the chance to be in the Kickstarter. I don't know about the big box copy, but of course that would be really lovely. I've seen the stack of big boxes that Mark Crow has has had to sit there and fold with his family over. I mean, it's so hand assembled these big box copies of Space Venture. So I know they exist. But they are mainly for Kickstarter backers. I don't know if they'll be available to the public. It would be lovely. I would love to have one. I'm not getting one. I didn't pledge to that level, but. Yeah, and of course, inevitably, someone will put it on, eBay for like $1 million or something. Lawasov says, I played the demo. It gives a good view of it, short but fun, even with some bugs. Oh, is that the beta, the backer beta that they released? Because that one was, it was also a little. I wouldn't say controversial, but it had like a placeholder save and load system, because for some weird reason, and of course this is why I say this is not revisionist history, because obviously they should have thought of the save and load system well before they started programming the rest of the game, but they didn't, and they're learning from that mistake now. So the problem with the save and load system, which is what they're still working on, and it's a huge mammoth task, and it's been going on for a very long time, getting that thing to save all the necessary variables, and when you load the game have it be exactly as the player left it, is really one of the first steps in making an adventure game, and unfortunately they put it off for way too long, and now they're paying the price for that, and that's what's delaying the project currently. But the rest of the game is fully playable, and when the beta came out, it had this provisionary save load system that would only save the room in its default state. So when you saved your game, you went into a room and you did a bunch of shit, then you saved your game again. When you reloaded the game, the room would be as if you had first entered it, which is, of course, not ideal. It is, in fact, not how adventure games, save games are supposed to work at all. So that's one of the...
G'day, Brandon.
Oh, hey, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
I just got up. I'm getting ready to go to work in about a half hour or so, but I thought I should show up.
Cheers, man. Thanks. Hey, everyone. Brandon Bloom, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Musically inspired. Yes, early in the morning for you.
Talking about the big box, I was one of the ones that backed the big box, so I can't wait to take that.
Oh, I'm fucking envious.
Man.
Yeah, all those Space Quest collection boxes you're getting, I'm envious of that, but I get to switch.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, I'm on a mission to have all the IBM PC versions of the Space Quest games and all the collection boxes, and I'm missing one collection box that will hopefully arrive shortly because a lovely person named Roberta. Not the one you're thinking of, but a lovely person named Roberta actually said, "All right, I have one. You can have mine." And it's like one of the rarest, and she was really, really nice about that.
That's the trilogy box, right?
Yeah, that's the Otherworld series, the one on the cover where he's being hit in the head with a bunch of planets.
Right.
It's a really weird cover too. Okay, so
Yeah. Once upon a time, I was trying to collect them all, but far outshone me now.
I got really lucky with a lot of very lovely people who donated.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Denis Lemire, I don't. He, long-standing friend, veteran of the Space Quest community, donated a shitload of Space Quest boxes, and that's how the thing got started. Yeah. Because before that, all I had was my Space Quest 6 big box and my Space Quest collection from 1994. And that was it. That's actually all of the... And I had Space Quest 1 VGA in a KIXX re-release on CD-ROM, which is... Really...
Yeah, I don't count the Kix boxes.
No, the Kix boxes are crap. Briefly, I'm going to put on another record. So when we did the first Space Quest 4 reorchestration vinyl, I was kind of happy with it at the time, but then my wife and I went to IKEA and I couldn't stop humming the tune from Big and Tall, the tune that plays in the Galaxy Galleria. And I was like, shit, why isn't that on the record? And why didn't I put any of the Galaxy Galleria tunes on the record? Because it could only fit on one record and blah, blah, blah. So I made the horrible mistake, I realize now, to crowdfund a second vinyl while the first one was still being funded. It was a 7-inch record that included all of the Galaxy Galleria soundtracks. This was a big mistake because you couldn't combine the two into a single package, so you'd end up paying twice the postage and all of this shit. Magically, it got funded anyway, so now we actually have this lovely 7-inch with all the Galaxy Galleria music on it. Just gonna put that one on.
Yeah, I want to at my office at work, I want to get all my vinyls and like frame them and put them up on the wall there. Because of I reckon that'll be pretty cool.
My mom gave me a bunch of these old 6 of these old vinyl frames. They're like aluminum frames with like glass in the front. And I've got them all in each one of them right now that we've got so far, except for Space Quest 5. It's too thick to fit in.
Yeah, you have to take the records out of it and sort of squish it.
Well, even because I got the replacement Space Quest 5 cover with the reversed thing, I tried putting that, or the original one after I switched it, in there without records. It still won't fit in.
Oh.
It's the type of frame, I guess.
Oh, that's weird. Does that mean the Blue Frogs doesn't fit either?
I think I ran out of frames, so I didn't try that. Probably not.
Probably not, because it's the same type of gatefold frame.
Same. I really tried to squish it in there, but I didn't want to wreck it. The back plate comes out like a portrait frame, like a photo frame. Yeah. And then you put it in, and there's these 4 metal things that you put under the frame to lock it in. Yeah. But you just got to push down and under the metal frame, and it just won't go in because it's so thick.
I think I know exactly the sort of frames you're talking about. They sell those at the local there's a Scandinavian brand called Tiger. It's basically a dollar store. So everything's like super cheap in there, and they have these frames as well. I think it might not be glass. It's probably like plastic. instead of like real glass. But yeah, squeezing a gatefold into those is pretty hefty.
This one's definitely glass because I shattered one of them.
Ooh.
But I need to get a replacement.
And Avoozle says, I happen to have a test pressing of it. Yeah, and that's the 7-inch that we're listening to right now.
Nice.
And he won. He won a. I think it was in conjunction with. Yeah, it was in conjunction with the Space Quest 5 record that we did, because that one was trailing behind and only barely got funded. So I had a contest, and one of the prizes was a test pressing of the 7-inch that we're currently listening to.
Well, if anyone wants to sell their Space Quest 5 or has a spare copy of it, I'm happy to buy it because, yeah, that turned to shite for me, which I was really disappointed about. So.
Oh, shit, what happened?
It's too bad.
My daughter wanted a few things for her birthday, so we did a little bit of online shopping, and clearly one of the sites breached my bank card.
Oh.
And yeah, like all my purchases for like that were planned or scheduled just went cut off.
Oh.
And I wasn't paying attention to my emails because I get nearly like 2,000 a day sort of thing, and I'm just going, oh man. And then I finally messaged Curates and went, can I still get this? And they're like, no way, buddy.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
2,000 a day. You're popular.
Oh yeah, it's not a fun way to be in life, I tell you.
Oh no! Oh, the picture we're looking at right now is Kerbin in the Discord put them up on their wall with record props. That looks so good. Look at that.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, he even has the 7-inch like out of its sleeve hanging on the wall. That looks really good. Oh, this is Stern B. Oh, hello. Sorry, all people's usernames kind of float together, especially when you have different usernames for like your Twitch and then your Discord and stuff. Michael, I'm shit. I wish I could help you. See, the problem with, even though I'm technically the one making the records, with a lot of help from all of you guys, especially Brandon in the chat, who basically did Space Quest 6 for me at this point.
Don't give me that much credit.
But it's Brandon is credited in the Space Quest 6 record that's coming out. It got funded, luckily. There's actually a credit in the liner notes that says appearing too many times in the credits by Brandon Bloom.
Yeah, we'll rectify that for the next one.
Nice. What the hell was I saying? The thing with actually making the records is because we crowdfund them via Q-rates. I have to buy the records the same as everyone else, so it's not like I have like a box full of them somewhere that I can just send out to people. And I really kind of wish I did, but that would mean that I would have to physically buy them myself, and I just don't have that kind of money. If I had that kind of money, I would press them. I would get them pressed myself and have a box of them and send them out myself. But the reason why we're going through Q-rates is because, yeah.
And so far it's paid off.
So far it's paid off. So far we've actually gotten all of the Space Quest soundtracks that we've done have actually gotten crowdfunded. Thanks, Frohike, for stopping by. Flying Tiger. Oh, Lawasoft. While we were talking about the vinyl frames and stuff. The store used to be called Tiger. Now it's called Flying Tiger. Lawasoft is from Sweden, I would assume. I think I actually know that you're from Sweden, but I can't remember. So I'm just putting a big question mark. Oh, that was the end of the 7-inch. Guy from Andromeda Michael, are you listening? Guy from Andromeda says, I have a Space Quest 5 vinyl I can send. Oh, boy. You guys should...
Sorry, I just lost blood in certain areas.
You guys should get get a nice cozy little room and maybe some towels and have a chat, I think.
Who was that? Who was that gentleman that was on the other night when I was on the pain meds? His voice. If he narrated that, that'd be awesome.
John C.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a killer voice.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, I had tons of fun during that stream, and you would not stop going on about your voice is so awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's a bit of a man crush going on there.
It was lovely.
Oh, yeah, I'm not taking those pills ever again. They were just, they knocked me for a 6, as we say here.
Oh shit. So anyway, what we're referring to is the Pain Train live stream that I did, where I played all the Space Quest games again, this time in the worst version possible. And I've actually, someone on my Discord, again, I can't remember. I think it might have been Dan, might have been someone else. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I should look this up before I say it, but I just remembered. Someone asked, when are you going to do the same with King's Quest? When are you going to do a Pain Train with all the King's Quest games? And they were just sort of asking, like, haha, funny, hey, he'll never do it. And I said, when I hit 10,000 subs, I'll do it. Because that's never going to happen, is it? It took me this long to get to 5,000, so... obviously, get me to 10,000 subs and I'll play all the King's Quest games in CGA. Go nuts. Don't buy me bots though, because YouTube really doesn't like that. Also, that would be disingenuous. So, Space Quest 3, the Space Quest 3 soundtrack. I'm just gonna give this a nice little rinse or a little wipe with my anti-static brush, which is all fucked to shit. You can't see. Can you see that? Yeah, that is a lot of cat hair, and I know you're supposed to clean this up. It's just, and it's also you can't see, but the bristles are all shut to shit as well. So really, I think I just made things worse. But anyway, let's put on the Space Quest 3 soundtrack, which is actually a split vinyl, because the Space Quest 3 soundtrack is really short. So what we did was, and I say we, I put my reorchestrations on one side. We purposely didn't call them Side A and Side B. We called them Side Fleep Hut and Side Ortega. I was on Side Fleep Hut, and I put my reorchestration of the Space Quest soundtrack on that. And on the flip side, on Side Ortega, is James Mulvale's reorchestrated, or actually re-recording. He didn't reorchestrate, he just sat down and re-recorded the whole thing. And he's one of the principal composers for Infamous Quests. He did music for the Space Quest 2 VGA project. He did music for Quest for Infamy. He did music for Order of the Thorn. And he's on this record.
He also did the Infamous Quest short little Stranger Things game that they were trying to pitch that never got picked up.
Oh.
But he wrote all the music for that, too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he really captured the vibe. I actually thought Steve had just sampled the soundtrack, the original soundtrack, and got away with it.
Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. I still want to sometime try to put together a Space Quest 2 VGA vinyl project and have Isaac, me, and James put all our music on vinyl. That would be
I would absolutely love to see. I would back that in a heartbeat.
My ears just got erect.
Yeah, mine too. And I've actually also talked to Frederick about maybe putting out the music that he did for Space Quest Incinerations on vinyl, and he's like, who would pick up a fan game soundtrack on vinyl?
It's brand power.
I would.
Space Quest collectors would get it. Yeah,
oh yeah, I would definitely. Now see, the problem with Space Quest Incinerations is that some of the music in that game was actually stolen. Not of Chris's fault. Chris, who made the game, not his fault. A person offered to do music for his project, and when unbeknownst to Chris, actually just pilfered music from other places.
Legacy.
Yeah. And just handed them off to Chris, and Chris didn't know any better, so he put them in the game, and that means that most of the music that plays during the cutscenes is actually music that's pilfered from other sources, which is shit. But Frederick Olsen wrote some really, really lovely original music for Space Quest Incinerations, and I've been trying to get him to do a Q-Rates campaign to put that thing out on vinyl. He hasn't done it yet.
Who did the music for Valhalla Strikes Back? Was that him too?
He did some of the music for Valhalla Strikes Back, yeah. I think Valhalla Strikes Back is like one of those clusterfucks where a ton of people came and went, and I think there was like a bunch of other people who did music for that. I think there was also
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say on Incinerations, there's also another. My foot is in the shot. Sorry, that's disgusting. There's also a third person.
No. Put it back in the shot.
I have a.
Do it.
Okay. Here's my foot. This is like an OnlyFans stream now. Sorry, Brendan, go ahead.
Sorry, Brendan. Sorry, guys. So that OnlyFans link is where?
It's nowhere. Teal Wolf in the kick. Oh no, shit. Oh, hang on. Michael, first of all, you posted this lovely image of. Why is it zoomed in like that? What the hell am I doing? There you go. This lovely image of your Space Quest boxes on your shelf. That is lovely.
I've got a lot more there, but they're all just stuck in the other shelves and stuff. But yeah, I was all excited about tonight, so I did like a little shriney thing.
Nice. I love it. And here's one from TL Wolf. This is one I just saw, who put up his records on his wall. And he writes in the chat that they're not straight. I apparently cannot hang anything straight, but I still think it looks lovely. Looks so good. And Brandon, you posted pictures of your record player. Do you want me to show those?
This is what I have to play records on, and I won't have them touch my Space Quest ones. I'll have to get better ones sometime. That's all. I can't actually listen to my records yet.
Wow.
That's ancient. And you gotta like fiddle with the EQ sliders to get, because it's so staticky. It sounds so noisy that sometimes it'll pop into left and right channels and won't be in both at the same time.
Oh no!
It's very, very muffled. It's ancient.
Oh, that is
the only one I have.
Oh, Saxcat is leaving us. Probably already has left. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the lovely comment, Saxcat. If you're watching this later, or if you're still here. Has Ziada, sorry, I butchered that. I'm sorry, but need to confess my addiction to SQH's Dwarf Chill track over on his Bandcamp page. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. The Dwarf Chill, we did another vinyl record successful crowdfunding of King's Quest remixes, which Brandon here also contributed to, and that was fun. And Dwarf Chill was one of those. I think Brandon's mixes were better.
With the beat drop.
So I just revisited that photo of mine. That the bottle of Kettle One on the right actually has one of your beer cooler things nestling in it.
Oh god, fucking beer cooler. Oh, for those of you who don't know, long time ago, for some reason, on a whim, I started a merch thing on Zazzle.com, and I put all the prices as low as they could possibly go, like no profit to me whatsoever, and I still thought it was overpriced, but Michael actually bought a bunch of shit, including some beer coolers, and it's so much fun. So like every once in a while he'll send me like a photo on Messenger of him having a beer or a Coke or whatever, and he's got the the beer warmer around it with my logo on it. It's so weird.
The merchandise. The mouse mats that I've got are worn to the shit at work. But no, they stay pretty strong. It's probably the most common stubby holder that I use.
Nice. So. Oh, hang on. There's a Jean-Francois in the chat says, just thinking out loud, is there a financial impact to put a vinyl on Curates that does not get all the backers? Saying that because I missed most of the vinyls and would surely buy them if available. Maybe a survey to see if people would buy a reissue. Hey, that's a good question. So the way Curates works is it's a bit like Kickstarter. If you put a campaign on, you set a minimum amount of backers, like a minimum of 100 or a minimum of 200, which impacts how much a copy will cost. So a minimum of 100, the vinyl will cost more than if you set the minimum to 200. But it's harder to get 200 backers than it is to get 100 backers. And I mention this because if you then want to repress a vinyl that you've already crowdfunded successfully, Curates does indeed give you that option, but it has to meet the minimum amount of backers that it was pledged to the first time around. So that would mean, for instance, for Space Quest 3 here, had a minimum of 200? Did it? I actually don't remember. Was it 100? I can't remember. I think let's say it was 100. So if I wanted to repress this vinyl that we're listening to right now, let's say it was 100 because I can't actually remember. I would need to find 100 more backers, or 100 more people would buy a copy.
Whoa.
And then, actually, let me rephrase that, because it doesn't have to be individual people. Technically, one person could buy 100 copies and it would still, get made. It just needs 100 pre-orders. Doesn't matter who does it. I could technically buy 100 myself and call that a reissue and then send them out myself. I can't do that because I don't have that kind of dough. Stern B says, count me as one of those 100. I very much doubt that I would be able to find another, because like Space Quest 5, for instance, the Space Quest 5 record had a minimum of 200 because it's a double vinyl. So I thought the price per copy is like really, really steep if I set it to 100. So I went for 200 minimum backers, and because Space Quest 3 actually did really, really well. The record funded relatively quickly. Compared to the other records that we've done. So I kind of got a little overambitious, and I went, okay, so Space Quest 5, we'll set that to 200 backers. I'm sure it'll get funded in no time. No, it just barely got by the skin of its teeth. So if I was going to do a repress of Space Quest 5, the double vinyl, it would have to meet another 200 backers, and since it struggled so much to get the first 200 backers, I honestly don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen with any of the other records either. And there's also that little tiny nagging thing that, Activision's legal department don't seem to have a great sense of humor about this. They've sort of let me get away with these because they're limited. Like, they're limited to however many copies were pledged to, and that's it. And also, I didn't make any money off of them. I donated all the proceeds to charity, and the price per copy were set as low as they could possibly go without going into the red. So it was not like a for-profit. I didn't make any money off of these records at all. So they sort of let me get away with that, but I don't think they would appreciate me turning this into a franchise and repressing these anytime soon. If they caught wind of it. I don't actually know if they know that I'm doing this. Even though, my sort of go-to defense is that these are technically covers albums because they're not recordings off of the original games. I didn't sit down and just, record the music off of the game and put that on a record. I actually did redo the soundtrack. I did use the original MIDI as a source, though, so I guess technically some of it is on the record, but all of the sounds that you hear were produced by me. It's just the actual notes being played are from the game itself, if that makes any sense. I mean, sometimes it's hard for me to explain musical terms to non-musical people, especially because I sort of drift in between being a musical person and a non-musical person. Like, I'm not actually a musician, but I also know enough about musical theory to confuse people who are not musicians at all. It's a really weird place to be in.
Oh, stop. You're a musician.
I am.
You make some good tunes, dude.
Oh, shit. You guys are being very nice to me.
Do you play an instrument?
I guess technically. Do drums count?
Yes, you're a musician.
Okay, I guess then. Actually, John Paul Sapsford and I are doing a record, which is not Space Quest related or anything, where I do play all of the instruments myself, drums, guitars, bass, and keyboards, and it's sloppy as hell.
It sounds great, man.
Thanks. See, but you're like one of my best friends, dude. So you would say that, and Michael too.
I might say that, but even so, it's right up my alley, and I enjoy it, even if we had never met. So there's that.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
I mean, Tubular Bells, man. That's sloppy as you can get, and that launched Virgin Records and sold like millions of copies.
Tubular Bells is a fantastic piece. It was the album that got me into wanting to make music for myself. Yeah, we're gonna nerd out on Mike Oldfield a little bit here because I know Brandon is a huge Mike Oldfield fan, and when I was a little kid, I used to go through my dad's record collections. I think that's where my whole vinyl obsession started, and I would come across Tubular Bells, and I loved listening to the first side of Tubular Bells as a kid. And when I was old enough to realize what was actually written on the back, which was that Mike played all the instruments himself, that was like my mind was blown. Is that even possible? And then when I got into grade school, a friend of mine introduced me to trackers, like mod trackers, and I just went, now I can actually do what Mike Oldfield did. I can play all the instruments myself. In air quotes, like play, because you technically just step enter notes into a tracker, but that was as close as it got. And now finally I have a sort of drum kit of my own. I have a guitar, I have an actual bass and an actual keyboard, and I've actually done my first solo album where I haven't programmed anything. It's all played live and it all sounds terrible, but John Paul is helping me making it sound less terrible, and that'll come out in the future. And I've been posting a couple of examples of that on my SQuits Discord, so that's why Brandon is being so nice to me.
It's a very similar history to me, except instead of records for me, it was cassettes. And but I also started with mod tracking, so
nice.
I'm gonna have to take off now. I gotta get to work, but if I have time later, I'll stop in again if you're still going.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Enjoy your day, sir. It's always lovely to speak with you.
Yes.
Likewise. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. See you. Oh, and just briefly for people who are joining us, we're not actually here to just talk about shit I'm doing. The point of this, as you can maybe see from the text that I very amateurishly just put on the. Screaming Celt has to leave. Have a great day. The albums are amazing. Oh, thank you. All credit goes to the people who actually composed it. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the lovely comment, Screaming Celt. That was very, very nice of you. Thank you. So for those of you joining us, I see we've got a couple of new people we're up to 38 combined from YouTube and Twitch, 38 viewers. Thank you guys so much for joining us. What we're doing here is the Andromedan Positivity Party, because the Kickstarter trolls on the space venture are pissing me off and I want them to go away. So what I thought I'd do is drown them in positivity, and I'm hoping that you guys will help me with that. So if you leave a lovely comment for the Two Guys From Andromeda in the text chat on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever, send them to me and I will post them on the Kickstarter comment page.
I just actually had some weird memory where when I started listening to your podcast a long time ago, you I think we became friends on Facebook or something like that, and I sent you this massive diatribe about some dickheads on the Kickstarter thing. and it was like a 50-page paragraph essay of just me rambling about, dickheads, like they're getting entertainment for free out of people that are and then I just replied, sorry, I want to rant, and you went, no, keep ranting, it's cool.
I love your rants. Your rants are great.
Oh yeah, I do rant.
But they're lovely. I see we have Deadman in the voice chat.
Well, good morning. For me, it's morning. Good evening for everybody else.
Good morning, evening, and everything. It's going on 4 p.m. my time.
Good deal. How's the stream been going?
Oh, the streaming's been I'm very good. I am sweating bullets though. It is so hot. I can't have the window open. I can't have the fan going, and I'm just in my bedroom. And this is why I don't have a camera on me, because it is a pitiful sight. But I am having so much fun chatting with you guys, so I'm not complaining.
Sounds like more OnlyFans pictures.
I am, by the way, I am disastrously skinny, and I don't. I mean, people look at me and go, "Dude, eat." And it's, you know, I kind of look like Christian Bale from The Machinist. If you've ever seen that movie.
Such a good movie.
It's a lovely movie, but with my shirt off, I really look emaciated, and it's like a condition or whatever. I have a fast metabolism or something. I'm a picture of health. Not
lanky person syndrome.
Yeah, I don't have an eating disorder or anything. My sympathies to those that do, obviously, but it's not. But I look fucking creepy with my shirt off. So that's why I don't like going out with my shirt off, and I am not showing you guys what it looks like.
I'm jealous about your metabolism.
If you've had the stomach cramps that I have, you wouldn't be. Sometimes.
No, I've got the same problem as T-Man. Yeah, it's just
fucking hurts. So, especially if you eat like fatty stuff like bacon and garlic, like stuff that's really, really good, like chilies and stuff like that. It's so. I love chili con carne, for instance. My wife makes an absolutely killer chili con carne, and after we eat it, I always eat too much, obviously, and then the fucking stomach cramps set in, and it's like, say goodbye to the next hour and a half, because you'll be spending that reading shit on your phone in the toilet, doubled over in pain. God, I hate it. So that's
the fact that you can read like and do that at the same time, like, you know, just agony cramp shit. Like, you know, that's the worst kind.
It's in between cramps. If I'm but yeah.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah. Yeah.
Deluxe Talk says he's been there. It's the worst. Yeah. Sorry to start talking about our toilet habits on the stream.
It's OnlyFans, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an OnlyFans stream. Yeah, it's vinyl porn, and you get stories about our toilet visits in between. Laosoft says it's hot in Denmark too. I have to be in underwear to even live. It's hot as hell. Yeah, Laosoft is, as we've established, from Sweden, and yeah, it's the same climate over here. It's so humid. And yes, we have 2 Australians in the chats. You're used to living on the fucking surface of the sun. 25 degrees Celsius is nothing to you. I know, but Scandinavians are not built for this.
Like I said, I live in Melbourne. Like, 10 months of the year it is freezing fucking cold, and then we have 2 months that is 45 degrees.
No, the 45 degrees.
It's been almost 50 degrees here.
No! Voozle, don't. When I hear temperatures like that, I break out in a sweat, and I'm already in a sweat.
Well, one of my best friends, he's a nautical engineer for the Air Force, and he was posted to the Northern Territory, and he was living in Katherine, near the bombing range there, and like, they were 45 degree days, but they were good. And then we drove to Darwin, where it was 45 and 100% humidity, and I died in the fucking ass. I literally just went, this sucks, I'm done, and I had the worst time of my life.
Yeah.
Like, it was, but the funniest thing I never forget about that weekend was my friend pulled out his wallet to pay for to pay for the taxi cab, and there was like lightning crackling in the background, and he accidentally dropped his wallet in the gutter, and a flash flood just went through and washed his wallet down to oblivion. and we're all, there's like 6 of us just staring at him, and he goes, "Did that just fucking happen?" We're like,
"Yeah." Well,
yeah,
that sounds awesome. Except everyone's sweating bullets, and it's humid, and people are miserable, but at least nature gave you a mild chuckle.
And he just goes, "Well, looks like you're shouting me for the rest of the trip." I'm like, "Fuck!" Like, seriously. Anyway.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry. A comment from Sir Highbury in the chat. It was a very, very lovely comment. I'm just gonna post that in here. Highbury. So he says, I'm looking forward to the game and I'm confident it will come out when it's ready, but even if it never reaches the finish line, nothing could ever take away the years of joy the Two Guys from Andromeda gave my childhood through the Space Quest series. The two guys are my heroes and still are. Thank you so much for that comment, Sir Highbury. I have it on good authority that the game will come out, because Chris Pope actually wrote and said, you know what, we can't abandon it now. We've given up, we've sacrificed so much already for 10 years. Like everyone's mom passed away, and like people had to move, people had to get new jobs because they actually quit their jobs to make Space Venture, and then the money ran out, blah blah blah. There's just a ton of shit happened. So to abandon it now would be just out of the question. But so I have it on good authority that it will come out, because god damn it, they will all have to like croak, like physically drop dead for it to not come out. But yeah, thank you so much for that lovely comment. Oh, I was about to turn off the record and then I realized.
I think the first page is now covered in nothing but positivity.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's give that a reload, shall we? Let's see where, because Kickstarter actually does that annoying thing, like where you scroll down long enough, it just loads more comments.
Well, the last thing I'm seeing here is from the Gallant Goblin Super Backer. That's the bottom of the page.
Really excited. Yeah!
Fuck shit! Yeah, man, you've done it.
Shit, we did it! Guys, we fucking did it! Thank you! Yes! We buried the trolls! We buried the this was my criteria for success.
No. We haven't buried the trolls. Let's go to page 2 and get page 2 done.
Well, my criteria for success was to just bury them from page 1 at least.
Let's fuck them into the depths of sewage. Let's just get rid of them all and get it done.
Yeah,
let's just do it.
Let's stretch goal. Let's stretch goal it to page 2. And you will have to excuse me for just a second. We were talking about toilets earlier, and I need to take a quick little.
OnlyFans.
No one's getting a shot of this. Talk amongst yourselves. I will be back in just a tick.
So I hear you guys like Space Quest.
It's no
really.
Quest
That's the one you're going to move forward with. That one. Oh man.
Yeah. Ooh. Someone else just posted posted something awesome in the Discord SQH streams. That's gonna knock a few things down to page 2. I reckon realistically we could do at least 3 pages.
Yeah, it's possible.
All depends on how long you want to keep running.
Well, my kids have been in bed for the last 4 hours. I've literally had an iron brew, a cup of coffee, and now I'm just enjoying some vodka at midnight. So
So now you're wired and ready for more.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm good. got to have yeah. Sorry.
No, unfortunately, I don't have any alcohol on me right now.
I still remember the first time I met you on the stream. Like, it would have been like 3 or 4 a.m. for you and I, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm grabbing a drink, and you're going, yeah. You grabbed like a Bundy rum or something like that.
It was Captain Morgan rum and coke.
That's right. But yeah, it was still rum. Anyway. Yeah, no. If it was Bundy rum, you would have been causing riots and things. That's a horrible drink.
Yeah.
So when you guys were discussing temperatures earlier and how hot and cold it is, the various places you are, I was thinking about when I grew up in southern Nevada, which is a desert, where it was not unusual to have about 49 degrees Celsius sometime around midnight in the middle of summer.
Sorry, dude. Like a couple of things I've read, like Death Valley, like that gets like 55 Celsius.
Oh yes, it does.
Yeah.
And the it's toasty even at midnight sometimes. Now most of the time it's not that, but still. Then I moved for a couple of years to Ohio, and I was cold for 2 years solid. I was middle of summer. I'm wearing my trench coat. By the way, reminder: if you're going to go play basketball, don't wear your trench coat over your basketball shorts. You look like a public flasher.
Get off
that and if a ball bounces up between the coat and your underwear, you might be in trouble.
It guides it straight to where you don't want it to go.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a nut smashing funnel.
Well, let's just say
so what are we talking about?
Those two.
What are we talking about? What happened?
It's none of your business. Seriously,
right. I'm sorry.
That's for the OnlyFans page. Sorry.
Oh, right. My apologies.
We're starting our own OnlyFans because we're all jealous of your success. Clearly.
Now, which one of you hid the secret camera in Troll's bathroom?
That would have been me.
That would have been.
Okay, perfect. So we're set then. We've got all the content we need.
You know how I said I wanted to come to your house, Trolls? Well,
No, see, here's the thing. Michael has actually been. Michael was one of the first people who got in touch with me and said, "Dude, I love your work and all that," and supported me on Patreon. And Michael and I have been friends for a very, very long time. He's a tremendously fantastic dude, and he actually came to visit me here in Denmark, and he actually has been in my bathroom. So now I'm really, really scared.
So hot, so fucking hot.
Shit. And
I'm really looking, man. I love Roskilde. I really love that place. It was I love that place.
It was so good to have you around, and I'm so glad that we got to do that before the plague hit. And also we met up at Adventure X. You also went to the UK, and we hung out at Adventure X. That was fantastic as well. And you came to visit me when I was in Australia. Oh, good times.
If they actually do another Adventure X where we can all go, at that St. Paracas, like I think I showed you I didn't realise that the Black Books shop is like 200 meters down the road from the place where we got curry.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So if you get Meta and Storm and that'd be a really kick-ass photo.
Oh, I would love that. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, for those of you who don't know, Black Books is a very, very, very funny British comedy by Dylan Moran and Bill Bailey and Tamsin Greek. If you're into that sort of cynical British humor, it's fantastic. And it's called Black Books because it's set in a bookshop, and that bookshop exterior is apparently in London, right next to where we got curry at Adventure X. Awesome. I didn't know that.
No, a friend of mine sent me a photo on Facebook saying, "Hey, guess where I've just been?" And I did the geo look up, and I went, "Holy fuck, that's where we got curry! Like just down the road. Like this is ridiculous."
That's amazing.
And sadly, my narcissistic, not that I'm narcissist, but my response was, "Holy shit, I was there like a week ago." And oh well.
Oh, but it was fun, and one of my favorite memories of when you visited Roskilde was that you somehow had gone through life without seeing the YouTube video where that guy just reads out what was it, like young teenagers asking about how do you get pregnant in Yahoo Answers or whatever. That really famous YouTube clip, how do you get pregante and all that stuff, and you were just pissing yourself rolling on the floor, and it was so infectious, and we all started pissing ourselves rolling. Even though I'd seen it a million times, I couldn't stop pissing myself laughing either. That was great.
Oh man, now I want to be back in Denmark. This sucks.
Oh no! It's fucking hot. It's too hot. It's too hot.
No, that if you were here, you'd be like, in 17 different layers and go, oh, it's nice and cold here, and yeah, I'm literally waking up and there's fog coming out of my face, and I'm like, fuck, it's cold. Like, that's all I'm doing.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, like literally 15 minutes up the road from me, it's snowing right now. So.
Holy shit! Does it actually snow in Australia?
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember
on certain mountains.
Wow.
Yes.
Because I remember Daniel Stacey was actually a good friend of mine. I've known him for since I was a teenager. When he came to visit me back in like the late 90s or whatever, it was during the winter. I think there might have been snow actually. I might be getting this story confused with another Australian. I'm sorry, Daniel, if it wasn't you. But anyway, he was like, I've never seen snow in my life. And he was like, oh my god, the sky is pissing white stuff. And I was like, yeah, it's snow. It's really awful. He was like super fascinated with it. Lawasat, snow? Yeah, you're in Sweden. You'll get plenty of snow later.
Not in Adelaide. Yeah.
No, Adelaide does not get snow.
I think the first time I met you, I had to actually, I bought a jacket and I rugged up and I had to literally go buy a pair of shorts and a t-shirt because it was so freezing there.
Yeah.
It was so warm there compared to where I've been.
Yeah, Denmark is really unpredictable when it comes to weather. The only place I've ever been that's more unpredictable is New York. When I was an exchange student, because New York summers are fantastically scorching hot, and New York winters are like -10, -15 degrees. It's insane. But Denmark is pretty unpredictable as well. We get a lot of like cloudy weather and rain, and then for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks a year, we get this massive fucking heat wave, which we're right in the middle of right now. It sucks, and all buildings in Denmark are built to hold heat in because we're Scandinavians. We live in what is traditionally cold climate. And very windy. Denmark is a very flat country, so there's a lot of wind, and we're right next, tons of islands. We're always next to the coast somewhere, and so we get a lot of winds. So all of our buildings are built to keep heat in, which is very detrimental when you've got a heat wave, because we don't have air conditions either. Why would we have air conditioning when it's so fucking cold all the time? Except for those 3 weeks a year. Sorry to derail, but Dr. Slash on my Escalate Discord wrote a very long and a very, very lovely comment that I'm just going to copy and paste in.
I was about to say, because I'm literally going through I'm up to the 50, showing 50 of 33,106 comments. Right at the end is a slightly sarcastic tone, but if you paste that, it's gone.
Oh, nice.
And that's now one of 50 comments of 2 pages that will be good and positive.
That is fantastic. Shit. Okay, I'm going to read this out and then I'm going to celebrate. So, Dr. Slash, sorry, I just got to get my keyboard, my wireless keyboard. I put it way too far away. So, Space Quest was I'm just going to read this off the Discord. Space Quest was a huge part of my childhood. I'll let the many years I've spent working on various fan projects speak for my love and appreciation of this series and its creators. To this day, I have not yet encountered another game that would manage to recapture the humor and writing of the series. To say I was excited when the two guys announced they were working on a new game would be a huge understatement. I'm actually just going to post the post the comment so you guys can read it along with me. Unfortunately, entitled trolls are an inevitable part of creating video games, or anything else for that matter, in the age of the internet. An indie studio I worked with received death threats over a non-commercial mod to a 20-year-old game. What people don't understand or refuse to understand is that missed deadlines and cancellations are always a risk in any game's development. With crowdfunded projects, such risks are even more pronounced. Some people just need to grow up and learn to deal with that fact that others have their own lives and problems. Sorry, I read that wrong, but some people just need to grow up and learn to deal with the fact that others have their own lives and problems. The best advice I can offer to Scott, Mark, Chris, and everyone else involved in the production is to ignore the trolls and not take any of their shit personally. Parentheses, I happen to know for a fact they don't. But that's very, very nice of you to say. Anyway, reading on. What really matters is that there are still many thousands of fans like myself who care about supporting their favorite game developers more than they do about some game. With all that being said, can't wait for the game to come out. Dr. Slash. That is a lovely, lovely comment. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, this stream is actually sort of going against the original wishes of the two guys from Andromeda, which was ignore the trolls, don't give in, don't respond, don't engage, and certainly don't have a live stream where you spend all the time talking about them.
But you are the trolls.
I am the troll. See, now that's the thing. Yeah, Brainiac in the chat says, ignore the trolls? See, the problem is my name sounds an awful lot like TROLLS.
Yes.
This might be a good time to say that my name is actually not pronounced like that in my native language. In my native language, it doesn't sound like the word troll.
No, it sounds like death metal, and it's so cool.
It does.
When you told me your name in Scandinavian, I had a metal boner.
I mean, it's because Danish has this really guttural R sound. The English R is sort of like you curl your tongue up like you're about to French kiss someone, like you're French kissing your own throat. R, or like a pirate. R. But the Danish R sound is. Genuinely, it's all the way back there. It's. So my name is Troels. So you have to get that really guttural, harsh. I have to cough kind of R sound in. Troels. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. My name is. The weird thing is, when I was an exchange student, I tried, having my American friends say my name, and I just gave. After the first month, I just gave up and just said, "Trolls is fine. Trolls is fine," because there's that hard R sound really messes with people.
Trolls.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like you're about to sneeze. I mean, you just spit all over your computer and stuff. And the fucked up, my name's not even the worst. Just like the word for pipe, for instance, is. I'm not kidding.
It seriously sounds like something like a Space Quest monster would say.
It does, seriously. Doesn't it? That is.
That's the sound I make when I get really bad stomach cramps and need a.
Yeah.
Maybe a little after a little too much chili con carne.
No, it's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like before a liquid sit down, I need to shout that name out. Like that yeah.
That is true. And Lawasoft says, Lawasoft is Swedish and says, "Oh, that sounds so Danish." See, the Swedes have a much nicer R sound. It's not quite the French kiss your own mouth sound, but it's a little more sort of sing-songy. Excuse me. But Danish and Dutch. We have that really guttural hard R sound that is just awful, especially if you have a cold. It's really hard to say, "Hey, could you hand me that pipe, please?" in Danish when you have a cold, because you have to say all the way with the back of the throat. Can you spell that?
Yeah. I remember sitting at a bar with Torpedo Bear and another mutual friend of ours who came along, and he just sat there ragging on the Swedes, and she's just giggling and laughing, and I'm just like, I don't get it. I really don't get it.
See, we've gone to war with Sweden an awful lot in our past. So
man, and it's been like from the history, because I did a lot of reading on it all, and I'm like going, wow, Wow.
Yeah, we did not like each, and there's still like whenever there's a footy match or whatever, it's like beat the fucking Swedes, because again with the cold climate and shit, the ocean between Denmark and Sweden is actually really like short, so it could freeze over entirely, and there is still a Danish expression that watch out for when the ocean freezes over and the Swedes come over, because back in medieval times or whatever, like when the ocean froze over, the Swedes would gather their army and they'd walk across the ice and try to fuck up Denmark. So and we've had so many wars with Sweden.
And that's how ice skates got invented, because they needed to invade. Yeah,
that's why the Swedes are so good at skating. But it's so fucked up. We've had so many wars with Sweden that we've actually lost count. There's so many wars that historians have lost count about how many times we've gone to war with Sweden.
Like if you picture it like an old British 80s or 70s sitcom, it's like, if they were British, it's like, oh love, the Swedish invent. And the husband surly looks over here. So what's new, love? Who cares? They invade all the time. We don't care. Just let it happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Move on. We got other things to talk about.
Yeah. The fucking Swedes are here again.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bet you the ice capades are probably really good over there, though. Oh, that might be a U.S. reference. I'm not sure.
I know what it is, but no, we don't have that, because it's no, I was gonna make some stupid joke like it's not impressive to us because ice skates is all we do, blah blah. That's not true, obviously. Also, I can't skate at all.
I've seen how tall you are. If you could skate, you would be a physics anomaly.
Oh god. No, but see, when I'm this skinny and like brittle bones and shit, if I fall over on skates, that's the end. I will be confined to a wheelchair the rest of my life.
So we just call you Beanpole then? I mean, really?
Yeah.
That's a nice Space Quest 2 reference.
I know. Thank you. I got that. It's a very good one.
Well, that's actually quite a...
One of you.
Oh, no, sorry, I butted in. I apologise.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Go.
Oh, no, just the beanpole is quite a commonly used term here too, so yeah, I just find that quite hilarious. I probably mentioned it previously, but the first time I met you, I was hungover as shit, and Daniel Stacey texted me because international phone rates and stuff, we don't want trolls going bankrupt just because coming to Australia. But he says, there'll be a really tall dude coming out of a really small car, and I'm hungover as shit, and I just see this tall dude shadow come over me, and I just looked at him with bloodshot eyes and just went, "Fuck, you're a tall cunt."
It was the most Australian thing I'd heard all day, and I was in Australia.
And then we walked to a bar and drank Steins till God knows how long, but
yeah. It was a fun time. I was there for Daniel Stacey's wedding, and you'd flown in from Melbourne to Adelaide, so we could hang out for a day. And poor Dan was so stressed out, with planning the wedding and making sure everything was going all right. And at some point we had to phone him up and say, I'm really drunk, can you come and get us? And it was just the last thing he needed. Oh god, he gave us such a dirty look when he showed up, but yeah.
I still appreciate him to the bitter end. If I ever have a tombstone, it'll be thanks, Dan. I appreciate you putting up with our drunkenness. It was good.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll meet him under more favorable circumstances at some point.
Well, 3 of my friends have moved to Adelaide, and I really want to go back over there, and I would really like to buy him and his wife a meal just to say thank you, but yeah, they've just closed the border on us again because we're all in lockdown. Yeah.
Dang. Meanwhile, we've all taken off our masks. In Denmark, it's no longer mandatory to wear masks when you go out grocery shopping and shit. And I've actually gotten my first vaccination shot. I'm getting my second one in August. So we're like on the upswing.
Yeah, I sat down with didn't sit down. I chatted with Torpedo Bear the other day, and he was telling me how good it's all going. Look, there was some guy that flew in from New South Wales, and they were a removals company. They've got the Delta strain, and they just went everywhere, all through Melbourne.
Oh God.
So yeah, we've gone from like 0 infections a day back to 11, back to 20, and it's just growing and like, yeah, it's just yeah.
God damn. The Australian infrastructure is brittle enough as it is. I'll never forget going into Australia. I've been there twice now, and every time they ask me at customs, "Do you have frogs in your luggage?" I'm like, "Is this a joke?" But no, they're actually serious.
Yeah, we have like if you look at the Galapagos Islands, we have our very own little Darwinish sort of ecosystem here, and like we have more people just destroying pests than anything else. Like it's really full on. So.
Yeah, and it's a lovely ecosystem because you have your indigenous animals that are not found anywhere else, and it would be such a fucking shame if any of that went away. What is it? The fucking koala bear is now an endangered species or some shit?
They've been endangered species since I was a kid. The problem is that they have they're the only pet. Oh, not pet, I shouldn't say. I don't have them as a pet, but they're the only mammal in Australia that actually has, like, chlamydia. They have, like, the biggest spread of chlamydia.
Oh, shit.
In an animal species.
Oh, shit.
Which is so funny.
So even if you're trying your damn best to save them, they're just running around giving each other STDs.
Yeah. Fucking but they are such an angry bear. They're not actually a bear, but they're so angry. I won't go into further stories, but I remember after a bushfire, I went and did assistance to help them, and man, they are the grumpiest little cunts on the planet. They will fucking, like, if there's bushfire and you want to wrap a blanket around them and give them a hand, they will try to chew your fucking face off. They are grumpy. They're a grumpy little shit of a bear.
You know what? The same goes for our national animal. The Danish national animal is the swan. The gracious, lovely swan. They are such pissers. Fucking swans. They will bite your legs off if they get a chance, and they're so territorial. And did you know a swan can hiss? Like it goes, like a cat. It goes at you. Bastards.
And geese,
geese.
all the farms I grew up at, all the Italians would use geese as guard dogs.
Oh, bye, Stormby. Thank you so much. He's off to have breakfast and cast Mysterium. Take care. Thank you so much for joining us, Storm. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So we have now 2 pages removed of negativity.
Yes. I forgot to celebrate. Thank you, everyone. I mean, we've done it. I thought, you know what? We'll fight. We'll get them off the first page. We've got them off the second page now. That is. Let's have a look. Let's scroll down here.
Well, that diatribe that I wrote up to post on the thing before, it's insanely cool how, like, those names that I read as a kid, like Mark Crowe and Scott Murphy, and this Ken Williams and all that and all that stuff, but those 2 guys, and like, I've met you, and I've met all these other denizens of your Discord, and like back back in dial-up days when I was talking to Jess Morissette and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just like these were all silly memories that I have, and they mean so much to me. And they don't mean much to anyone else, but they mean a lot to me and you and everyone else that's here and listening. And and the fact that we went and met, because of you, I met a rock star who loves this stuff just as much as us, and we're in like a 2,000 people gig, and I'm like, holy crap! It was a great night, and I must admit, my little girl Sylvie, I shouldn't have said her name. Sorry, my little girl. She anything that TWRP and Dan Avidan do, obsessed with. Like, she will listen to their music non-stop. And TWRP doing a live gig stream tomorrow morning at about 11 a.m. for us. So yeah, she's so keen to watch them live.
So she, I would imagine was a little jealous at not going with you to the gig.
No, she liked she likes that song The Hit, and she likes Starlight Brigade, and she I don't know if you've listened to their new album Over the Top, but they do a song called Black Swan with Dan Avidan, and my god, it has some of the most best bass me being a bass player, I hear that shit and I'm just like, wow, it is so cool. And yeah, she's, I know she's my kid because she obviously loves good bass lines and good music, but yeah, nice. It's just it's just so awesome. But because of you and this community and everything else, it's just it just puts a unnecessary spring in your step. You can have your average day-to-day lifestyle and reminisce about a silly game or about this that you used to play as a kid, but no, this community, this thing that Scott and Mark have created and you've carried that torch for us, it's really cool, man. It's really awesome. So
oh shit, I'm in the same boat as you guys. I mean, the fact that we can all get together and shoot the shit and talk about games that came out like 30 years ago, and we're still playing them, and we're still trying to mess shit up with them and finding new and exciting things in them. These games will live forever, and that's one of the reasons why I went, 10 years in the making, Space Venture, fuck it. Once it comes out, it's gonna stay with us forever. I've heard from several people that say, okay, I grew up playing Space Quest. I now have kids. I'm showing them Space Quest. They're all over it. And when Space Venture comes out, I'm gonna buy Space Venture for my kids. And that's just the most heartwarming thing ever. It's fantastic. And I have no illusions that my kid is gonna grow up to love Space Quest or whatever. Certainly, I'm gonna show him, but he's free to do whatever he wants. I'm just happy that people are still interested enough in these games to look past whatever difference of opinion, be it political or religious or whatever we have, and just come together across international borders, across race, gender, religion, whatever you have, and just talk about a silly janitor in space who dies a lot. And it's frankly, it's amazing that, I mean, shit, if I didn't have this community, someone else would have built one just like it. I don't take credit for any of that. The Two Guys from Andromeda made these games, and back in the mid-90s, we had like a huge web ring of people making websites and fan content for Space Quest, and there are still people making awesome fan content out there. My little corner of this fandom is just exactly that, just a little corner, but I am so happy that you guys have made it so awesome.
You would not have because the interviews that I've heard with them and the interviews that you've played and all those other facts, they're sitting up to 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning because they're so passionate about what they're doing. But they're just sitting there clacking away on keyboards, coding in, doing graphics, and with the old school vector rendering, they had to do it all with keyboard. It wasn't just like, well, just get a mouse or screenshot or do whatever. and they would not have thought 30, 40 years into their lives that we're here doing what we're doing right now. Like, this is insanely cool.
I mean, it's a testament to the longevity of those games, because I mean I've there's this pervasive myth that adventure games from the late 80s, early 90s are just unfair, abysmal, user hostile, and all of that. And to some extent, that's true. But you look at a game like Space Quest and you realize that sort of user hostility can be an asset, because you would go out of your way to fuck up in Space Quest games. And they took that whole stereotype of moon logic and unfair deaths and all of that, and flipped it on its head and made it fun. And I think that's why why it has such a longevity, and why we're still here talking about it.
It's funny because every time there's a big problem at work and I have to bring the team together and we're sitting there, like, they always crack it because I just refuse to give up, and that was my indoctrination with Space Quest. It's like, no, I'm not going to die. I'm just going to fucking solve this thing, and I'm going to get there, and I don't care how I do it. And
yeah, exactly.
I never forget my business partner, because we're in a death metal band together before we formed a company, and I think I was talking to you one morning at the office, and he goes, "Who are you talking to?" I said, Space Quest historian guy, and he goes, geez, I love that game as a kid, and he showed me his old Atari ST thing, and he had all the old cartridges that were ported from Atari games or whatever to PC. But either way, and I said, I said, shit, dude, are you a Space Quest fan? He goes, oh, dude, I love the Space Quest games, it's best. And then, it was the funniest thing ever in my life. I said, so which one's your favourite? And he goes, oh, probably 3. I said, so out of all the 6 games, you like 3? And he goes, what, there's fucking 6? Because he'd only played up to 4 and never played any others. So yeah, that day we just took the morning off, and I showed him Space Quest 5 and Space Quest 6.
Nice. Sir Highbury, thank you so much for coming in. Have a great weekend, and yeah, thanks for the support and stuff. Thanks. And Jean-Francois Page, I'm sorry, I keep butchering that, but yeah, Jean-Francois, thank you again. Thank you so much.
No, I do apologize. I shouldn't be rambling.
No, ramble away, man. Ramble away. This is what we're here. We're just here to shoot the shit. I mean, we're just listening. We're just kicking back, listening to records. I'm sweating my ass off, but.
I'd happily swap space. You can sit here in this freezing little shithole that I have here, and
damn, every time, because. I mean, the other day, my wife said, "Oh God, I hate this heat. I hate this heat so much. I wish it was cold again." And I just said, "You said the reverse thing when it was cold. You said, oh, I hate this cold. I want it to be warm again." And she was like, No, I didn't. I hate the heat. I don't hate the cold." And I am confident in 6 months she's gonna go, "God, I hate the cold. I want the heat back." And I said, "That's not what you said 6 months ago." And it's like that every time.
Record it.
I don't blackmail my wife. Although I could.
She's an absolute gem of a person.
Yeah. I'm biased, but yes, I think so too.
She's yeah. I just remember when I first met her, I said, "Would you like a gin and tonic?" She goes, "Yes, I would." And I'm like, "Sweet."
Yeah, gin and tonic's her favorite drink.
Oh yeah, well, her and Torpedo Bear were both keen for.
Yes. Well, Torpedo Bear is keen for most drinks. I've never seen him refuse one. Sorry, Deadman. What?
Oh, I was just going to say that I spent a lot of time in the years after when I got married and all that kind of stuff, and life kind of took its various turns. I've kind of lost track of the whole Space Quest community, and I thought it kind of had died to a certain extent because I could never seem to find anything on it anymore. And just being able to come back to this now and discover things again really just makes me just warm and fuzzy inside. I'm real happy to be part of the community again.
Ah, jeez, dude, we're happy to have you. It's I still can't get over the fact you have 3 kids named after the games. It's that blows my fucking mind.
Oh, I think he just had the courage to actually, you know. You know what?
We kind of batted the idea around that if our kid was a girl, then, Bia is also a really cute name in Danish, and my wife had sort of halfway agreed to it, and then we found out it was a boy. And the first thing she said was, "We're not naming him Roger." And I had to agree because in Danish, Roger is not a good sounding name. It sounds weird in Danish. So she was right about that. But
that's really funny. I was gonna either name, if I ever had a boy, or I was gonna either name him Burton or Devon.
Oh, and, nice.
It was actually quite funny because I was talking to Dad about it. And my dad goes, "I was going to call you Devon."
Oh, nice.
And my mum refused because I've got the what's that? Thing where you got a butt crack in your chin.
Oh yeah, cleft chin. Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck it's called. So that's why they named me Michael, because I look like Michael Douglas apparently when I was born. So.
Oh, yeah. That's not bad. Michael Douglas is a handsome guy.
Yeah.
And everything just went silent.
Well, the only benefit I can see from that, personally for me, for my ego, would be Catherine Zeta-Jones. But, yeah.
Michael Douglas has done good things. Now we're on Michael Douglas.
Not the game. The game was a terrible, terrible, terrible fucking movie. But,
it was a bit too much. But it's Michael Douglas is sampled on that opening track of Frontline Assembly's Millennium album, which has Devin Townsend on it. So technically, there's a connection.
Is that what we were talking about in the music chat the other day?
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow.
So that got off on a tangent. Yeah, anyway, Roger sounds really silly in Danish. Lawasoft asks, how about Scott? Scott is not even a name in Danish, actually. I don't think there are any people named Scott in Denmark. And if there is, it's because, they have weird parents. They borrowed the name, the foreign sounding. The weird thing is, there's like a registry in Denmark of names that you're allowed to call your kid. There's like a church registry somewhere, because separation of church and state wasn't really a thing in Denmark until like very, very recently. So anyway, the people who are born in Denmark still belong to a parish, even though we're kind of a secular country now. But that whole infrastructure of parishes and all of this shit still exists. And there's an official church list of acceptable names, especially if you want to get baptized, which is, of course is optional. But if you want to get baptized, then you have to have a church approved name. And even then, even if you don't, you still have to have like a name that's on the approved list. You can't just call your kid butt crack, even though that would be funny as hell. And I don't know if Scott is on that list. And I'm sure it's the same. I'm sure there is sort of provision in place in most countries so people won't call their kid weird shit, except if apparently you're like a multi-millionaire and you call your kid, what was it that billionaire asshole called his kid.
There's a few of them.
I'm thinking of the South African guy. His name escapes me.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he named his kid like Eon with an A or something, or like an equation.
Well, that. Is that the kid third out of the they had. He's had already 3 or 4 kids already, hasn't he?
Oh, sure. Why not? Why not?
I don't know. I'm really looking forward to the Cybertruck. I put a deposit on the Cybertruck. I really want a Cybertruck because it's going to look like I'm driving around in another world, or out of this world computer game.
Yes.
I don't care.
Yes, that is exactly what it's going to look like. That is exactly what it looks like. If you guys haven't seen the vehicle from Another World, the old Delphine software game, I'm going to look it up now. You know what? I'm going to get a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with the game out, aren't I? I can't just type in Another World vehicle, can I?
Moon unit.
Yeah, that is just... fuck it. Never mind. Hey, Tyler is in the chat. Oh, sorry. DWN says that her name apparently is XAA12. Sure. Why not? Tyler Drinkard is in the chat.
You know what? I just kind of feel that Elon or Grimes or whatever pop culture thing's going on right now, but how many times after you say that name at a kindergarten, like if you're a kindergarten teacher or a school teacher or whatever, you're just going to go, you.
or X. Hey, kid, come here.
I'm going to call you Samantha. Samantha? What?
Oh, lovely. Oh, anyway, the reason why I called out Tyler in the chat is because Tyler is actually one of the programmers on Space Venture. So a big round of applause and everything for Tyler, who's actually shouldering. Yeah, I think he's actually one of the guys working on the save and load system. And if it's not him, then it's Patrick.
Yay!
Was he the intern from EA?
I actually don't know.
Chris Pope mentioned it on your podcast years ago.
That might actually been the guy who said he could program a game engine in Unity and then turned out he couldn't. I don't know.
No. There was a guy that programmed in Google, and then there was a guy that could program in Unity, and then he got. I'm pretty sure Chris Pope said there was a intern from EA to help with the UI system.
Yeah, name escapes me. If it's Tyler, then hey, Tyler. All I know is Tyler.
I sadly think I've listened to your podcast way too many times.
You definitely have, because most of it is, like I say, a blur to me. I can't remember half of the stuff I did in that podcast. And also sometimes I get comments on like old episodes, like, hey, when you said this, did you actually mean this? I don't know what I said. And I'm not going to go back and listen to it, so I'm just going to say sure.
I'm the new Space Quest historian.
Yes.
I will be your guide to every podcast thingy that he's done.
Oh, lovely. So next time someone has a question, I'll just direct them to my historian.
and you know what your historian will do, Charles? He will just say I'll just say don't make me do stuff, and I'll walk away.
That works. Deadman, did you have a better idea?
No, but your historian probably has that camera in your bathroom, so he'll have lots of documentation.
There you go. That's how you get out of actually doing any work. Just install a camera in your boss's bathroom.
So much documentation.
So much stuff happening in there.
Like I've generated a Power BI report through some Microsoft AI that I can actually, how many hours does he spend in the shower per month?
I take long showers.
The best part is that he also knows every time you've had chili con carne.
Yes. That doubled over in pain face is not pretty. I'm sure he has that as his desktop background.
I actually have Joy from Blade Runner 20, whatever it is. But
Oh, nice. Oh, Tyler in the chat says that he is not the one affiliated with EA, but that he did finish up more of the save and load system.
Yay!
There you go.
Oh, DWN says, thanks to the Two Guys from Andromeda, my dream was to be a janitor narrowly escaping death on the regular. Thanks, guys. Can I post that in the Kickstarter? Why did it take me so long to remember the word Kickstarter? Lawasoft asks, do you have problems with spice? No, I have a fucked up metabolism.
Just I posted something completely different to another YouTuber in the Discord, but that's really funny.
Oh, that's Samus. It was a really good drummer and a really weird guy.
he drummed for Devin Townsend, man. He drummed on the Empath album.
Yeah,
yes. And Torpedo Bear was the guy that actually got me onto him.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, he's right up Torpedo Bear's alley.
But no, just when he's talking about like cramps and shitting through the eye of a needle, that's yeah.
It's that kind of. I mean, he's great fun, and he's a super talented drummer, and he's also funny. If you're into that sort of, you know, people shouting random fart jokes, which, you know, I find funny. I'll bet some of my audience probably do as well. But yeah, super talented, and he can double pedal like there's no tomorrow. Holy crap!
He reckons he's not all that good at double pedaling. Like he's always learning new techniques and.
Yeah, I can't double pedal at all. So I mean. So he's got that, which is actually because I'm too tall. I can't reach the pedals. I don't know. Why are we on this? By the way, I never actually got to thank Deadman for the lovely sentiments that you shared earlier. I just got distracted by the whole name things. Thank you so much.
Hey, it was the truth. I mean, I'm glad to be part of it again and seeing people still actively talking about Space Quest and the whole thing again. It really kind of warms the old heart quite a bit.
It does. For me as well, because back in like the mid-90s when the internet was just coming out as if it had a release date or anything, but when I got on the internet and I met Jess and you know, his started contributing to his fan page and such, and then we started seeing all these Space Quest fan sites spring up, and we were like, whoa, it's amazing how many people around the world are into the same shit that we are, because where I grew up I had like maybe one or two friends from school who were into like Space Quest or just adventure games in general, and the rest were just like not. For the rest, it was like if they were playing games, it was like video games, you know, your Mortal Kombat and your Super Mario's and shit. Nothing wrong with that, obviously. I mean, more power to them. But you know, adventure games is such a niche thing. Even back then, even though we sort of have this idea that adventure games were omnipresent and they were like the triple A's of their day and whatever, they really weren't. Especially not when you know, the second console wave came out and, you know, the Nintendo Entertainment System just flattened everything. And, you know, 1993, you got Doom coming out and you got deathmatching, and that was what became, you know, mainstream computer gaming. Before then, it was still kind of a niche thing, and I had like maybe two friends in school who were into the same shit as me. So to meet people online who have the same, you know, passion, and who likes to talk about these games and likes to break them in imaginative ways by installing the wrong drivers and stuff like that, stuff I never thought that we'd ever get to do. It's amazing. The fact that 5,000 people subscribe to me on YouTube, you know, and I don't know how many people we are in the Discord, but it's just fantastic. That's really.
Yeah, man.
I ramble. You
do good, and it's you know. Believer.
But it's all thanks to the two guys, because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have really anything to talk about. And Space Quest was such a formative part of my youth shaped my sense of humor, taught me some really strange words in English, and just basically made me appreciate failure in a way, because most games I knew of the time, I had a Commodore 64, most games I knew were really competitive, like you had lives and you had, obstacles that were very stressful, and you had to, beat the high score. It was very competitive. And Space Quest was all about like, dude, no, just kick back, relax. If you die, yeah, sure, hope you saved your game and all, but, we're gonna make sure that even failure, even not getting to the finish line is entertaining.
It's a form of entertainment. Yeah, exactly. And that's and again, I can't stress this enough. Like, if it wasn't for them, like, I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have met all these awesome people on Discord. And it is burnt into my soul, this game. Like, I fucking love it so much.
Yeah.
And
it's amazing. And what Deadman was saying was, for a long period there, we were like, oh shit, it died. No one's talking about it anymore. Like when they canceled Space Quest 7, and then for the next like 10 or 15 years, adventure games weren't really being made outside of, I don't know, Germany. No one really gave a shit, and I checked out myself because I was like, okay, no one seems to be talking about it. The whole Space Quest community kind of collapsed in on itself, and it got a little ugly there for a period. So there was just like this really long period where nobody were talking about it, and then social media happens. Like, becomes like a really intrinsic part.
You realize you are reciting word for word your podcast.
Am I?
except you go, you stop and pause and go, oh, but then something beautiful happened.
Oh God, did I actually write those words? Good Lord,
mate. You should re-listen to it, because you literally just said word for word. And like, sadly enough, yes, I do listen to your podcast on a yearly basis, like re-watching Firefly or Star Trek Next Gen or something like that. I literally put it on in the car when I'm doing long business trips.
Fucking hell. Oh, it's shit. Yeah, okay, that's apparently don't have much originality left in me. but yeah, that is it.
No.
It's been a long stream.
I actually it was so funny. I was talking to a game designer at I think it was PAX or something in Melbourne, but I really wanted to meet Jacob Generica, and I never got to meet him. And I ended up bumping into this friend of mine, a female friend of mine. She was right into saying that just all computer games are men driven and this and that. And you did an episode where you were talking about like Scott Murphy wanted to make the original Ego character a male or female character, and you did an episode called Girls and Gaming. And I actually put her onto that, and it actually just got off her high horse and just said, okay, well, games are meant for everyone. The designers, the designers of games back in the day, especially in America, were, capitalists. They want to be for all audiences because they're trying to make money. Like,
and more to that, their publishers were really, as soon as 93 hit, and I it sounds like I'm blaming Doom for it, but Doom really did bring out that not online, but like competitive sports like demographic, and publishers and everyone they sort of. They sort of decided that the new main demographic for computers and video games were male adolescent children. I mean, she had kind of a point up to a certain extent, but it's just as important to remember that the early days of computer gaming were, I'm going to say 50-50 split, male and female, but I mean, we got to remember the graphic adventure game genre was invented by a woman. You may have heard of her. Her name was Roberta Williams.
Yes.
Some of the best game designers of the 90s. Jane Jensen, Laurie Cole. All of these. So it's what I really love about adventure games, and this is a little, I suppose it might be a little unfair to other, genres of, fandoms and such, but in the back of my mind, I sometimes think, you know what, adventure game fans are just a little bit better than everyone else when it comes to like inclusiveness and making sure everyone is being heard and feel included, and we're not gatekeeping, and we're
Well, it's not that hard. Just write a good narrative, and then people will be interested. It's not really that hard.
And I'm sure. Now that I've said that, there's gonna be there is gonna be someone who rightfully will say that it is still much harder for women to get into game development and to make a name for themselves, and that is true, and that was true back in the 90s, and it's true now. But I would still say that adventure games or the adventure game community is better at it. It has a better ratio of inclusiveness than some other genres and fandoms that we could point to. I'm trying to be as fair as I can.
Well, like the first time I actually experienced female male gaming was playing Counter-Strike and Half-Life. Like, they were all over that shit. They just wanted to gank and kill and do everything else that we all want to do. It was really awesome, super great fun.
Yeah.
But if I talk to them about adventure games, because they go, oh, what's this Sierra stuff? When you played Half-Life, like Sierra would pop up because they were the publisher. I'm like, Sierra? You don't know who Sierra are? They are like the they're just the pinnacle of my life. They made these games that I'm so sucked in. And the only reason why I got into first-person shooters was because of Half-Life, because it had Sierra written on it. That was it. And yeah, look, they did not know the reason behind Sierra, and I'm like, I'm showed them Space Quest and like that. Oh, those graphics are blocking, they're dumb. But I'm like, yeah, but you got to read the humor. The game is so funny, and they just didn't get it. Like it was, that's been my.
It's a good point too, because while it's true that marketing and publishers and all that targeted demographic adolescent young male children. It's such a weird and oddly persistent fallacy that girls don't like violence in games, or girls didn't like video games growing up. My wife can mop the floor with me whenever we play like Super Mario. She's an expert at it, and I am terrible at it. Every time we play two-player Super Mario, I'm always down to my last 2 lives, and she has like 80 lives, and we're only on World 2. So it's just such a weird and persistent fallacy that girls aren't into gaming, or girls are only into casual games and such. It's such bullshit.
Well, common sense dictates that it is bullshit. Like we're all hanging out, we're having fun, we're playing with friends. Like, who cares? Like, it's and that's the beauty of all of this. Like, it's
Which is why I actually thought I just saw what DWN wrote in the chat. Laura Bow and King's Quest 4 were a couple of my favorites ever until some Danish bastard stuck his nose into things. Yeah, that was me.
Because that was a fair and
balanced, very, very balanced. I mean, Laura Bow, I played fairly, I think, maybe, kind of, but not King's Quest 4.
You're King's Quest.
What's the opposite of historian? Plebeian?
Rantist.
Idiots?
Yeah.
King's Quest Flagellator?
King's Quest Flagellator. I'm so glad you went with Flagellator instead of...
Flatulator? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a few other words that we could go with that I don't want to say on stream.
You can say whatever you want to. Welcome back, Brandon, in the text chat.
Hi.
Hey. And Tyler says, watch my ex-wife destroy Zelda 2 on NES. I couldn't make it 5 minutes into that game.
Oh, who wants to play Zelda 2? That game's...
That's the one Zelda game I don't like.
I think
I tried to get into it.
I just think
it was so funny. I think it was my 12th birthday. Like, my friends saved up. They went to the local Kmart and bought me Zelda 2, and we were trying to play it, and none of us liked it at all. It was so. And then we just thought, yeah, okay, let's go out into the backyard and throw pine cones at each other because that's what boys did back in the day. It was so silly. It was just like they saved up so much because like every birthday party, like I'd say, hey, such and such is wearing crutches or is in a wheelchair or has cerebral palsy. Let's get him a big present. And they all tried the same thing with me, and they got me Zelda 2, and we all just sat there and went, this sucks shit. Like, it's just so bad.
I've said this a million times. I can't do RPG games, and I know everyone's going to say, well, Zelda's not really an RPG, and it's blah blah. But Zelda 2, the side-scrolling jumpy RPG thing, is the one that fascinates me the most. Because that whole top-down run-around thing that with Zelda 1, I could never really get into that. The side-scrolling thing is more my thing, platformy stuff. But yeah, I've never finished a Zelda game. I've never played a Zelda game for more than 10 minutes. And
Zelda's my second favorite series. Well, in the top 3 anyway. I've got every single game so far, except for the new HD re-release of Skyward Sword that just came out yesterday. On the Switch.
Oh, it's yesterday.
But which I'm excited to get because I hated the original and its motion controls, but these motion controls are supposed to be better, and you can bypass the motion controls finally. So I think I'll actually start to enjoy it now.
Best decision
Zelda
ever.
2 though. I think I was ruined at it as a kid because we always used to go visit my dad's family in Ontario from Newfoundland. We lived in Newfoundland, and we go every summer for vacation on Ontario, and we stayed with my uncle's at my uncle's house, and he had a Nintendo for his kid, and he had Zelda 1 and 2. I love Zelda 1. Zelda 2 never really jived with me. It was obviously not top down, a completely different style game, more like Castlevania, and the combat was brutal, and the music was so repetitive, and it just, I know
Annoying.
It's not repetitive, but as a kid to kid ears, that was my first impression, and it just turned me right off. To this day, I can't get past I barely get past the first palace, and I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore. Nice
from a retrospective for me, Brandon, it was they did. I think they were just trying to copy Final Fantasy, where you just walk around as a little avatar icon, and then all of a sudden you go, like random encounters and that, and then they went, we'll just make it a side scroller. NES version of Kung Fu with a sword. And
combat, to its credit, for people who can nail it, it's probably something more like Doom Eternal, where once you get the hang of it, it's really like a pleasure to enjoy to play and conquer, but I just can't get into it.
I get the feeling that I've watched Angry Video Game Nerds video on Zelda 2, and some of the people rag on early 90s adventure games for having moon logic and shit, but the fucking crystal you have to kneel with next to a wall, and then a tornado comes, and how the hell were you supposed to figure that out?
Yeah, see, product of the time. It wasn't just Sierra, it was everybody.
It was everybody, and Zelda 2 is not. Let's not get into the definition game, but it's not an adventure game. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's less of an adventure game, I'd argue, than the Zelda 1 and all the other.
But you got to remember the first game that was made on an oscilloscope, and then all of a sudden they're doing mainframe games, and then all of a sudden they're trying to. Look at Ken Williams. He created a game that could render vectors and graphics, and all of a sudden, people are getting graphical adventures. Like back then, they were just trying to.
They were spreading out, doing as much as they could. Everyone was doing something new, trying to think of something new, and it was the time to do it. We've got all the genres under the sun now, but they were blazing trails back then.
But they were all making mistakes, and they were all learning, and
I forgive them for it. I'm not bitter or anything. I can't play the thing.
Oh no, and that's the same as me. But I appreciate the technology and what they're doing now. But like this is a game that I'll always bring up in my rants because I love Star Control 2. It's like a space adventure with RPG, good storyline, good. And if you actually play the Mass Effect games, they practically ripped off the entire storyline to Star Control 2. It is really awesome. And this was an old pixelated DOS game that is really cool, really sick. Fucking love the graphics, and the whole game was just done through mod. Like the whole game was orchestrated through Scream Tracker 3, and it is so cool.
Awesome.
And the soundtrack is like sick. Like I absolutely.
Tracker music is the best. It's the best music. I mean, I'm sorry, Ken Allen. I'm sorry, Chris Brayman, all the Sierra composers. Tracker music was the coolest.
It was so fun. It was so great that you could have digitized samples of instruments. I used to my first tracker was Scream Tracker 2, and I didn't have a sound card, so it was all through the PC speaker. 4-channel tracker music through the PC speaker. It was a beast, and it sounded awful. It sounded terrible, but it was music that I had made coming out of the speaker inside my dad's computer at the time, and it was just mind-blowing to me. And then when I got to high school, I discovered, MIDI sequencing and started playing on the MIDI keyboard. So I was like, okay, the upshot here is that I can play physically on a keyboard. You couldn't do that with a tracker, at least not back then. The downside is that someone has already defined what all the instruments sound like, and I can't just import whatever shit I want. Because I was making like synthy type of stuff, and you're limited to what the general MIDI patch of the day. They had like an SC55. What that was programmed for. So that was what I thought was the downside. But then, of course, you have the different synthesizers. You had your OPL3s and your SC55s, and it was a lot of fun for me to switch back and forth between OPL3 and SC55, so you could hear it with like what I used to call the Seventh Guest sounds, because the Seventh Guest soundtrack was recorded with the sound canvas, and then switch it back to the OPL3, which is how I remembered most games because I had a Sound Blaster 16. Good lord, I'm rambling again, aren't I?
It's okay, like you said, we're just...
Charles, my friend, I took a break for you, and I just rambled for the last half an hour about nothing.
Hey, everyone can ramble. Oh shit! Oh, Dan just dropped a Fast Tracker 2 represent. I have thanks Deluxe Tux for being here, by the way. Thank you so much. Definitely a good thing was accomplished here today. I agree. Thank you everyone who has posted a comment. Quickly, if you leave a message of support, if you're new here, leave a support for the Two Guys From Andromeda. I will paste it into the Kickstarter comments. We've already bumped them off the first page and most of the second page, if not all of the second page.
No, it is the second page now.
Cool. That is fantastic. So anyway, Fast Tracker 2. I actually went from Scream Tracker 2 to Scream Tracker 3, which was a beta that crashed a lot, and they never finished it, to Impulse Tracker, because Impulse Tracker resembled Scream Tracker 3 the most. And I tried Fast Tracker, and I couldn't understand how it worked. I mean, granted, I was a kid, so I wasn't very bright or anything, but I just couldn't wrap my head around it.
I started with Impulse Tracker, actually. That was my favorite.
Which one?
Impulse.
Oh, Tracker. Yeah, Impulse. Yeah.
I like that you can have infinite channels.
Oh, I think it started out with like 64 channels, and then it went up to 100.
A lot more, anyway, than the other ones.
Yeah.
4, 8.
Oh, yeah. Scream Tracker 3 was limited to... Was it 16 or 32? I can't remember. I think it must have been 32.
Yeah, it was specifically designed to mirror Scream Tracker's interface, though, when Impulse came out.
Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, we got to put Side D on, even though Side D is remixes and outtakes. I mean, the outtakes are cool, but the remixes are... well, they're my remixes. Although, you might recognize the one in the middle from all my King's Quest videos. For some reason, what's it called? Sorry, I'm blanking. It's so hot in here. I can't concentrate. It's not Space Cruiser. It's Battle Cruiser. Sorry, it's not. I kept thinking Space Cruiser. for some reason, the Battle Cruisers theme became sort of the unofficial, I am now going to rant angrily theme music in my King's Quest videos. By the way, if you guys want to talk more Zelda or something that I have no idea about, please do so now, because I have to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
What's your favorite Zelda game?
Link to the Past.
Nice.
But the SNES one, I really, really loved. And there was Link's Awakening on the Game Boy. That was really cool too.
Yeah, that was my first one. Well, I played, NES and Link to the Past before that, but that was my first one I owned and the first one I played right through to the end on my first Game Boy, and I had the transparent Game Boy from the Play Aloud series or whatever, which I wish I'd held on to, but it's long gone now. But I had a great time with Link's Awakening.
I think Link's Awakening and Oracle of Ages and Seasons are probably my favorite 2D Zeldas. But like Twilight Princess would be my favorite 3D, probably followed by Ocarina of Time.
Well, yeah. I was about to say the last Zelda I ever played was actually the Ocarina of Time. I'll never forget that weekend. My cousin and I had been both picking at a fruit farm, and I said, I want to buy a PlayStation 1, and he went and bought an N64. and or Ultra 64 or whatever you call it in the States.
Ultra was the beta name. It was never called that after Nintendo 64.
But I bought that and Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy 7, and he bought Turok and Mario Kart. Yeah, and surprisingly, Final Fantasy 7 was the winner out of all the games.
It was with most people, I think. I can't play Final Fantasy because I hate turn-based combat. But I hear the new ones are not turn-based, like 15 and whatever.
That was probably the last Final Fantasy game I ever played. Like, I've always stuck with just like some form of adventure game, just to something that has good narrative and story.
Sure. And Twilight Princess was my favorite Zelda too. I love how the more realistic edged graphics and there's some really good characters in it, like memorable characters, and they all had great development arcs, most of them, and it all came to a head by the end of the story, and everyone was involved. It was the most cinematic Zelda I think that they've ever made, and I wish they would get it on the Switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ocarina was excellent.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Twilight Princess was very sentimental at certain points in the game. Like, it really brought out the emotion,
Yeah.
I heard Toilet Princess, but I'm assuming you said Twilight Princess.
It's now Toilet Princess. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, that ended the conversation right there.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It even sounded like a very heartfelt sentiment. I'm sorry for ruining the moment.
I think we should all shut up and let people finish.
Yes, I'm shutting up now. Please continue, Abuzel.
I think I'm done already.
Oh god, I went downstairs and it was like a breeze, and I know it's still like 30 degrees indoors or whatever, but in my kitchen it was like, I can breathe again. And then I come up here and it's like a wall of, because it's a small room and it's jam-packed as shit because we run out of space, kit and everything, and it's just crammed, and I have the window shut because it's facing the wrong way. The sun is just coming through the windows. I am complaining a lot, aren't I? Sorry, I don't mean to complain. We're actually here to do good stuff. We have...
I will say what I say to most of my friends and everyone else. That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, it is. It kind of is, yeah. But what the vinyl is melting. I hope not. Actually, I sometimes worry because in our living room there's like a little glass door that leads outside to a small patio thing, and it's across from that door is a big glass cupboard or whatever it's called, like a big big closet with glass doors, and in that there are shelves, and I have my vinyls on the shelves. I forget what it's called. It's probably called a vinyl closet or whatever. But it's like right in front of this door. So whenever the sun is beating through the door, it's hitting the glass. And all I can think is like, it must be like a greenhouse in there. And I've seen what happens to vinyl records that are left out in the sun. They warp. They go a funny shape. And I'm just thinking, fuck me, I've got like some really expensive shit in there.
So is it common practice then to store like vinyls in like a cool place, like the basement or something?
Yeah, you think, but you also have to keep them out of like moisture and shit, because the vinyls themselves can rot.
Temperamental things, aren't they?
They are. You also have to keep them upright, because if you just stack them on top of each other, they warp as well. There's actually. Did you know that? Yeah. Don't do that. You have to put them upright, and they have to stand upright. Don't lean them against each other, because they'll warp. Actually, have you ever looked at a 45, like a 7-inch record, and noticed that the label is slightly raised as opposed to the rest of the record? You ever wondered why?
Yo, mama.
I never even noticed, so no.
Okay. Well, the reason why the label, the reason why the label is slightly raised as opposed to the rest of the vinyl is because, in old American jukeboxes, the records would all be stacked on top of each other. But to prevent them from warping and to prevent them from scratching each other, the label is raised so that the records themselves, the grooves, don't actually touch. And that's a tradition that's carried on to this day. 7 inches will always have the label slightly raised, just in case some asshole has a jukebox from the 60s and is still storing his 7 inches in one of those.
I don't know about you, but if you've ever...
Sorry?
No, you go, Brandon.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. It was nothing. Don't worry about it.
No, it doesn't matter.
All right. So anyway, there's a question from the text chat. No one here is what he appears one. Okay. Anyway, is there an update on the Andromeda Kickstarter? Haven't heard anything for a time. Not much has changed since the last update. They're still working on the save and load system, and they're still doing it like in their spare time. No one's drawing a salary or anything. So they and also one of the things about the Kickstarter that I think we can all agree on. Again, we're not here to do revisionist history. We're not here to pretend that stuff hasn't gone wrong. One of the things is that the updates on the Kickstarter have been very few and far between. When they've come out, they've been substantial. They've been like massive. At least I think they have, and they've really done a great job of explaining what it is that's going on. But at the same time, I think we can all agree that they've been very few and far between, and we were sort of promised over-the-shoulder look of what's going on, and it turns out that they're actually not that comfortable showing over-the-shoulder things, stuff that's not like ready for prime time and such. So if your comment is born out of a curiosity about why there hasn't been an update recently, I wholeheartedly concur. There should have been more updates, but I've also seen people complain that there have been like no updates and the updates are all bullshit and they're just full of excuses. I very much disagree with that. I think they've been very upfront about what's going on behind the scenes, and they've tried to be they've tried to explain it.
No, I clearly remember on your podcast there were like Pope was trying to accommodate for everyone, and they were saying, we're doing too much of this and we're doing too less of that, and blah, 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 blah. You just can't keep people happy. Like, if I was in their shoes, like, if I'm trying to run a company, I'd just be like, shut the fuck up, leave me alone. Let me do my thing.
Well, you can't really do that when you have trolls in the Kickstarter comments saying, oh, they took your money, they took our money, which is...
No, if they're saying terms like they took your money, they clearly didn't pay for the Kickstarter. Therefore, they're not really fans. They're just being trolls.
Exactly.
So, you know what? Like, everyone else has placed a fair, decent buckazoid down and done their thing. To everyone else who's a naysayer, fuck you. Fuck you and look at the community you've created. Look at everything else. They can all go to everything that's not interested about Space Quest. They're just there because they're bored, they're lonely, and you know what? Who cares?
It's a personal amusement. Hey, if you see Tyler in the chat saying we're still working on it daily, I'm literally working on it right now. So there it is. Oh, sorry, Brandon. What was that?
I just whooped.
Oh, you just whooped. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Discord does this weird auto-ducking thing sometimes. When one person talks too long, and that would be me, it sort of mutes everyone else. And then when someone else then actually does talk, it takes Discord a little second or two to realize that, oh shit, someone else is actually talking. And then, people get cut off. Sorry about that. So yeah, I agree that the updates should have been more frequent, and but
The thing is, though, I think they've been, out of all the Kickstarters that have taken so long, I think they've been the most communicable of all of them. Because there's some that haven't updated a thing in years.
Have you guys seen Star Citizen? That is fucking ridiculous.
I've seen people compare Space Venture to Star Citizen, and I'm like, God, you are just so far off course. It's not even funny. That is such bullshit.
So much cognitive dissonance in those statements.
Absolutely. I mean,
if there was a movie in the mid-90s about Space Quest, sure. But there was the Wing Commander movie that was, okay, it was a movie.
Yeah, the Wing Commander movie was a thing, and that's about the extent of what I have to say about it.
I actually had food poisoning the night I saw it, and I actually puked in someone's lap.
If the food poisoning hadn't done it, I'm sure the movie would have.
But look, we were so excited to see a Chris Roberts film, or whatever. It was cool. If we saw that with Space Quest, but give these guys a break, man.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it's just dumb. So dumb.
Yeah, how could a movie with Freddie Prinze Jr. and Matthew Lillard be bad? You know what? I will, and this is gonna sound weird. I mean, Freddie Prinze Jr. can go to hell for all I care, but Matthew Lillard, I love the dude, and I know he's a fucking weirdo, but I love the dude. And
I've actually watched a lot of indie films with him in it. Surprisingly, just out of hangover, he's some dude will just put a random VHS in, and we watched this movie, and he's just. There was some movie where he's playing a dish jockey, he's just washing dishes at a ski resort. Just so randomly weird.
He was in a TV series recently where he plays the dad, in a really serious role, not like that you'd expect, Matthew Lillard, who's usually either acting super animated or just being wacky and shit. He was in a TV series where he was playing the dad of someone and just being really serious, and I was like, this is strange, but he's actually doing a really good job of it. Eric Kikol says he was great as serial killer. God, that Hackers movie. Why are people so romantically fascinated with Hackers the movie?
I've never seen it, actually.
You haven't? The reason why people love it so much, I think, is because it's so glaringly obviously written by people who have never used a computer before. So it's got this sort of, oh, isn't that adorable kind of vibe to it. But I just find it so irritating.
Yeah, it's a meme.
Because Control F3 can break the world, and no one knows about it yet.
Back to Wing Commander, I don't understand why they would make a Wing Commander movie without all the actors they had in the FMV games.
Like Mark
there's
Hamill.
some real star power in there, like John Rhys Davies and Malcolm McDowell, weren't they all in it?
Oh yeah.
And the guy Biff from Back to the Future was in it too, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he was the comedic sidekick, and he was fucking great at it. But I don't know. I think it must have been a studio mandated thing. must have been.
Those are superstars. I mean, you were rhyming off names from people in the movie. I didn't see the movie, and I haven't actually played the games. But I didn't recognize anyone on the movie cover. But I recognize like everybody from the game cover.
I think it's because at the time the Wing Commander movie was being made, Freddie Prinze Jr. was like hot shit, and it was
I don't
like,
even know who that is.
Yeah, well, it's. Have you ever seen those '90s romantic comedies? He was like the
suits went. Sure, why not? That's what it came to.
Summer has a lovely message for the two guys in the chat. Thank you for all the joy and entertainment both your games and the community around them has provided. Two Guys from Andromeda. As a backer who's still looking forward to Space Venture, I believe in you. Keep on rocking around the universe. Sorry I kind of read that in a weird way, but thank you so much for the comment, Summer.
Yes.
Thank you. We keep pushing the trolls down. Keep pushing them down. So if you're just joining us, wondering why the hell there's just a camera of a record spinning and Kickstarter comments, it's actually in the text on screen. But if you leave a message of support for the Two Guys from Andromeda in the text chat, I will post them on the Kickstarter comments. So even if you're not a backer, even if you don't have access to the the comment section here, if you post a supportive comments for the Two Guys from Andromeda, I will post it for you, and we can drown out the trolls that have infested these comments for the past so many years. Hey, what up?
Can I interject just for 1 second here?
Absolutely.
I think we've done that. I think we've interjected the naysayers, and you know what? I'm pretty sure if they were ever to do their 8-channel, 4-channel, whatever the hell it is these days, we can squash it pretty quick.
I think if we do this again, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I know perhaps this is just like a small dent, and maybe they'll be back, and have whatever rebuttal. Because I know this is kind of fanning the flames. This is exactly what they want in a certain extent. But what I'm not here to engage with them at all. I'm not going to reply to anything they have to say. I am simply going to keep doing this for as long as I can. So if you, and this is my pledge, if you send me a message, be it an email or a tweet or on Discord, and you say please post this on the Kickstarter, I will do it, and I will do that up until Space Venture is released. Just send them to me, even if you're not a backer, I will post it for you, so we can keep drowning out the trolls. I just want this to keep going for as long as possible.
Well, pretty sure what you've seen tonight will be a thing that will happen until the game is released. Like, we're not naysayers, we're not negative Nellies, we're not whatever the hell you want to call it. So if some dickhead decides to randomly rant about, the three guys, we'll just go, you know what, fuck you, and we'll just squash it out. We'll just keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, just say, by the way, we're still into it. Oh, Jim, thank you so much for your comment. Space Quest was one of the best games I ever played. So many happy memories of it. Can I post that to the Kickstarter? I was just about to do it, and then I realized you maybe were just talking in the chat. I'm ready to hit post. Oh, by the way, there's a question from Soulman902. I'm sorry I missed out on the vinyls. Is there a chance for a repressing? Any chance of a Space Quest 1 and 2 vinyl? Okay, we already talked about the repressing thing. But yeah, very briefly, they would have to meet the same amount of pre-orders as they did the first time. Which means that for like Space Quest 5, they would need an additional 200 pre-orders to be repressed. And since they really struggled to meet their funding the first time around, I very much doubt that they ever will again.
Unless you did what you did with Space Quest 4 and just do a different package, maybe with standard black vinyl again to make it cheaper.
Well, the thing is,
without the gatefold.
Well, the thing is, with if you do a repress, then the because the Vinyl Master already exists, then the cost
doesn't
per
have
copy.
to take it.
No, the cost per copy will actually be less than the original campaign. Sorry, my fucking vocabulary is melting. Yeah, so the cost per copy would actually be less because the vinyl master already exists. All they have to do is press more. Whereas with the Space Quest 4 Blue Frogs, the one we're listening to right now, God, I'm peaking so much. Oh, sorry, I just looked at the VU meter. I'm peaking way, way much. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. But anyway, so they had to make new vinyl masters because this is now essentially a different album, even though it has much of the same music as the first Space Quest 4 that we did, because it's now a double album, has more music, has different mixes, all that. They had to do a new master of it. And that's the expensive bit. Making that vinyl master is the really expensive bit. So, in conclusion, I could repress. They would be significantly cheaper this time around. I still have my doubts that they would make it to their minimum amount of backers, because they still have to meet the same amount of backers as they did the first time around. I really doubt they would. As for Space Quest 1 and 2 vinyls, I have actually reorchestrated both Space Quest 1 and Space Quest 2, and the thing I've done with those is take the Apple II GS soundtracks, which had additional music and were a bit more like grandiose or whatever. The Apple II GS had this amazing 16-voice synthesizer chip in it, the Ensoniq thing, whereas we on the PC were used to like Tandy 3-voice or just single-tone PC speaker stuff. So I've taken the Apple II GS soundtracks and reorchestrated them, and yes, they will be coming out on a vinyl. I was actually almost ready to do a Space Quest 1 and Space Quest 2 split vinyl, because the soundtrack is really short. It's a game from 1986 and 1987. There isn't a lot of music there, so I was just about to launch a campaign for Space Quest 1 and 2 on a single vinyl. I have a lovely guy who has drawn some really lovely artwork based off of original screenshots from the game. He's sort of reproduced them in glorious high definition, and he's been working on doing artwork for that vinyl. Because he was taking, you can't rush art, right? So it was taking a fair while, and so we got distracted and we did the King's Chill and all that stuff in the meantime. And in the meantime, I also did a little weird project where I sat down and, don't worry, this is going somewhere. I sat down and took a Let's Play that I did of Space Quest 1, and I scored it like a movie. Like, I wrote new music for it. And that turned into the Space Quest 1 movie, because after I'd written the music for it, and then now I'll just edit it so it actually looks like a movie. Like I'll do close-ups and pans and all that shit. And then once that was done, I decided, you know what, we should probably get voice actors to voice this, so now it'll actually turn into an actual movie, and we're doing the voices for it. So right now I'm thinking that a Space Quest 1 vinyl would actually be the soundtrack to the movie, which would include my original music, but also the music that was in the original Apple II GS version. Because the music in the Apple II GS version comprises entirely of the main theme and the three tunes that play in the Yulin's Flats bar. And that's really it. That's all there is in Space Quest 1. Space Quest 2, there's a bit more, but in Space Quest 1, that's really it. And that would, that's over in like 5 minutes. So I'm actually thinking that Space Quest 1 vinyl will be the soundtrack to the Space Quest 1 movie. And now if you're wondering what the hell the movie project is, I'm actually going to screen a rough cut of it at the end of this stream. It'll be a non-voice version with all the dialogue and subtitles, but you'll get to see the whole movie and you'll get to hear the music. And the music is not mixed. I actually have some lovely people, including Brandon, who's in the chat right now, helping me mix it so it doesn't sound terrible. So you'll be hearing the terrible version, but the actual finished movie will sound a lot better. But yeah, so that might actually be the Space Quest 1 vinyl, and we plan to do the same for Space Quest 2. Basically score the bits of Space Quest 2 that don't have any music, and put that out as a vinyl, and then, interspersed with all the original music will be whatever music is actually in the original game. So it'll be like a combination of the two. That's my plan anyway. God, that took a while to explain. Sorry.
So, what were you rambling? I didn't notice.
Yeah, I kind of have a penchant for doing that. Hey, we have some lovely comments in the chat for the two guys. Playing Space Quest 3 as a child was amazing. Thank you, two guys. Such memories from Stemdar. Thank you so much for that comment. I'm going to paste that into. Oh, wait, that was with a lowercase s. Sorry, I want to get this right. And there's another one, Armpit of the Giant. God, I love that. I love that username. I have very fond memories of playing Space Quest 3 and Space Quest 4. Spent many hours struggling with my limited English at the time. That is, I mean, if you then settled on the username of Armpit of the Giant, then that whatever English they taught you was definitely worth it. Space Quest 4 Cyborgs gave me nightmares for weeks. Loved the game despite its ugliness on the Amiga. Armpit of the Giant. I cannot thank you enough for getting the Space Quest 4 Cyborg right. Everyone calls him a zombie, and he's not. He's a cyborg. The game explicitly calls him a cyborg. But anyway, that's just a little pet peeve of mine.
I think it's more because of the fact that the machine part of him makes him a zombie because he's indoctrinated, brainwashed.
Yeah, I think people look at him and they just see the pale skin, torn clothes, and his eyes are held open, and they think, oh, he's been turned into a zombie. But it's more than that.
Well, the zombie could be his biggest fan. He could have just gone, oh my god, and then all of a sudden, a robot hears the noise and just, I don't like the look of that guy. Pew pew.
So he's not actually patrolling. Mike, sorry, what were you saying? We have another Mike in the chat. Hi, Mike.
No, I just want to also mention about the Space Quest 4 Cyborg. The thing is he doesn't really move like people expect him to, and he does kind of move like a zombie. He drags around.
Yeah, that's true.
It around, and then there's the whole pod people story.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's riffing
that's
on.
A big.
Yeah.
It's riffing on. They made him a little more robotic and. Not just do the. I mean, it's supposed to be disturbing. It's supposed to be kind of scary. Like this. Yeah. This is what Xenon is going to be if Roger doesn't do anything, and that's a great motivation. But it does kind of confuse people with their cultural lexicons.
Right, yeah. Okay, yeah, and Jim Lang in the chat says Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Yeah, the whole thing is riffing off the ending of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The remake, actually, not the original one. Where is it Donald
Daniel
Sutherland?
Craig?
No, yes, not the Daniel Craig. The Donald Sutherland one.
Also with Jeff Goldblum and Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah, the original was from like the 50s and 60s, wasn't it? And then the 70s is the one everyone remembers, the one with Donald Sutherland.
Yes.
Right, and then there's been another remake after that?
There's one called The Invasion with Daniel Craig and what's-her-face, Tom Cruise used to be
Katy Perry, whatever. No, not Katy Perry, sorry.
Not Katie Holmes. Not Katie Holmes.
Yeah, that's one.
Not that one. The one from Eyes Wide Shut. What's her name?
Oh, Nicole Kidman.
That's who it is, yeah.
Boring.
That's the only one I've seen.
A third Invasion of Body Snatchers before that, and that was taking place in a military base, and it starred I don't know who it starred, but it like the main character was a teenage girl, and then she starts realizing that.
By the way, Mike, is there any chance you can turn your mic up? No pun intended. I've already got you at 200%, but you're like, just really faint.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries.
I'll just raise my voice. Is this better?
Yes. I was hoping you could do it electronically. I don't want you to blow your voice out or anything.
Oh, no. I'm just naturally loud, so I try to be a little more quiet.
Well, no, but anyway, you're like really low in the mix.
Soothing, sultry voice. We'll just be quiet.
Oh yes. No, but yeah, there was that. I did like the fact that the second Body Snatcher movie actually had, in the beginning, it actually had a cameo of the hero from the first movie, Kevin McCarthy.
Yes!
He's running and screaming, and then he starts slamming on the car with Donald Sutherland in it, and they're like, they're coming, and then we just find him running off in the streets of San Francisco, and then they turn the car, and then they just find him dead. And there just happens to be just a bunch of people just staring at him.
Which is so cool.
Like he's a run-over squirrel.
And Kevin McCarthy, the only reason that I really know him, I know he's a celebrated actor and all, but he was like a generation too early for me. But he was in Tex Murphy, the Pandora Directive, the Access Software CD-ROM game, and he fucking killed it.
Oh yeah. No, Kevin McCarthy was an amazing actor. I actually first really knew him not from Body Snatchers. That was introduced to my a little later by my dad. Big sci-fi nut. But I remember him as R.J. Fletcher from UHF.
Yes, the evil
He was the
CEO.
main villain, and he was perfect. He apparently really loved the character and how outlandishly evil.
Is that Weird Al Yankovic's idiot from UHF, or is there something else that I'm missing here?
Oh no!
No, the UHF movie, the Weird Al movie. Yeah, he was the bad.
Yes, called Idiot from UHF.
Can I?
But here in the U.S., it was just UHF because, well.
Oh, was it named?
Can I just quickly throw one in? Because Midnight Sky was asking about the copy protection music that we listened to on the vinyl, and he just caught on to the "I'm a Little Teapot" bit, and that's just my favorite story about the tune on the record. So I'm just going to quickly tell it, and then you guys can carry on. I'm sorry.
Can I just interject real quick? There's a whole podcast where Ken Allen actually explains the whole thing for Charles, and it's really awesome because Ken Allen's awesome, Charles is awesome. It's all awesome.
Ken Allen's fantastic.
Wait, I'm a Little Teapot?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Jeopardy theme.
It is also that. It's both. See, when I took the MIDI file out from the resource file and put it into my music software, it loaded up all the tracks as it was supposed to, but one of the tracks was muted. So apparently it was muted in the original MIDI file as well, and that muted track plays a counter melody that is "I'm a Little Teapot." And
I remember this now. Yeah,
that's the one.
I forgot all.
So the copy protection music that I put on this record is the entire copy protection music that has that little "I'm a Little Teapot" counter melody that's not in the original game. And the reason why it's not in the game is because Ken and Mark Siebert, the music director, were worried that "I'm a Little Teapot" was copyrighted and that they get in trouble for referencing it. Apparently the Jeopardy theme they didn't care about, but "I'm a Little Teapot," and they're actually worried that they get sued for copyright. So they muted the track, so that's why it's not in the game. But when I loaded up the MIDI file, I discovered they hadn't removed it, they just muted the track, so I unmuted it and made a little extended version of the copy protection music, and that's what's on the record. Sorry, back to UHF.
That's all.
What you just said sounds more interesting than Weird Al Yankovic. Just saying.
I've actually never seen UHF. I've actually never seen it.
It's a great movie.
I've seen Videodrome. Is it anything like Videodrome?
No.
No, there's one scene where, if you could picture in the 80s or 90s, where there's two dudes trying to make a movie or a video clip or something, and he just hits his friend in the face with a frying pan, and then all of a sudden his friend who's playing Blobbo the Clown, or I can't remember, it's been like 30 something years since I've seen it, but like he just grabs a horn and goes, huh? Like he just grabs this little shitty clown horn and just angrily, passive aggressively just like squeeze it. And it's a really funny scene because it's like Two Guys from Andromeda. I can't erase that from my brain. It was so funny to watch.
It's so weird. I mean,
Michael Richards.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Michael Richards was in it too. Yeah,
it's weird because
it had Michael Richards, it had Fran Drescher, it had Billy Barty.
Holy shit!
It had a lot of good.
It's a really kick-ass ensemble, and it's really good to watch. But yeah, it's
I mean, I'm kidding, of course. I have read about the movie and what it's about, and what struck me as funny or as sort of tragic is that a movie that I have watched later down the line was Be Kind, Rewind, which is just basically a ripoff, but not funny in the slightest.
Well, Be Kind, Rewind is a little different in that in UHF it's just about Weird Al's character who just has an active imagination, and there happens to be two big movie parody segments in the story, and UHF is, I think, was very ahead of its time. It's very much like the kind of YouTube video jokes that we see nowadays.
Yeah.
Because it's just a very loose connecting tissue. Weird Al's character has an overactive imagination, and then his uncle gets a deed to a television station, and then he gets to manage it, and then ends up creating kind of a local pop culture phenomenon, and then starts creating all kinds of weird shows.
And a bunch of his music videos are in it.
There's one music video where he's dreaming about the Beverly Hillbillies done to Dire Straits' Money for Nothing.
That Money for Nothing, the Polygon film clip that they do. My dad, my father is such a huge Dire Straits fan. He literally just went, "Nah, fuck Weird Al." Well, he was so angry about that. He got really upset about that.
Wow, that's funny considering that you got the blessing of Dire Straits, and I think.
I know that the funny thing was my dad had the Brothers in Arms cassette tape, and there was a bit where the cassette tape, like, he left out in the sun or something, where the song stretched out on like a mid riff or a chorus, and I knew exactly where the tape was stretched out. So when they goes, "And we're in Brothers and Brew," or that, like, and I knew the exact point of that tape, cassette tape, and it was just so funny. He just did not like anything that ragged on Dire Straits at all. It was so weird. And now he's a huge Mark Knopfler fan, and I played him with Devin Townsend, that Key album, and Dad's gone, this bloke sounds like a bit like Mark Knopfler, and I said, no, Devin's a lot more talented. You know,
wow. Okay.
Just,
telling a Mark Knopfler fan that no, this dude is more talented. It's like, Eric Clapton fans or Mike Oldfield fans. I mean, people have their favorite guitar players, and they're just like really protective of them.
I literally just say this shit to piss off my old man. Like, that's all I do. Like, because well, the first big band I was into was Fear Factory, and I love Fear Factory, and he's just like, "What the fuck's this shit you listen to? This fucking shit!" Like, and I'm just like, getting 9 Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson. That's what you did in the 90s, and
yeah, the good shit.
Yeah. It's good. It's good shit. But yeah, man, like, try and tell your dad. Well, the fact that I've actually got my dad to like Devin is a fucking miracle on its own. It's just so awesome.
I feel like really privileged because my dad was into. First of all, I sort of prematurely inherited my dad's record collection because he was like, I don't want these records around anymore. They just take up space, and I don't listen to them anymore. I'm into streaming. Because one thing that we tend to forget is that people who grew up with vinyl records being the only form of, you know, like music, you could 8 tracks and cassette tapes and shit, but like people who grew up with vinyl records really find them cumbersome and annoying. And my dad's one of those. He's like, he's not into vinyl, he's just into music, and records were the only way you could listen to music really in the like 50s and 60s when he grew up. So in the end, he was just like, I don't want my record collection anymore. You can have it. And there's some great shit in there. There's like all of Led Zeppelin's albums. There's a Black Sabbath album. There's all of the Beatles records. Like really, really good shit. And my dad, you know, grew up listening to rock music, you know, to piss off his parents. He was into Elvis. He was into the Beatles. He was into, you know, all the shit that pissed people off in the 60s. And when I grew up, I was into stuff like Smashing Pumpkins and Nine Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson and all that shit. And he was like, he took one look at the cover of Mechanical Animals by Marilyn Manson, and he was like, I don't like this. You haven't listened to it. It's actually really good. No, I don't like this.
It's David Bowie. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him. Dude, the music is actually really good, and also you have several David Bowie albums in your collection too. I mean, what's wrong with that? And he's like, nope, don't like it. But then I got him turned around, because then I started listening to Typo Negative. And they're like really, you know, huge Beatles fans, and they had a Beatles medley on their album World Coming Down, which is my favorite Typo Negative album of all time. And I played him that, and he was like, this is really good. I was like, yeah, of course you'd say that. It's a Beatles a Beatles tune, a Beatles medley. But then he listened to the rest of the album, and he was like, I really like this. And then he ripped the CD, and he was like, and then he started downloading, because, you know, my dad doesn't give a shit, so he started downloading.
He did not rip the CD. You ripped it for him.
No, he ripped it.
Seriously? That's awesome.
Oh yeah, he did. And then I got him into Paradise Lost, because I played him, I think it was Believe in Nothing, which is when they were basically Depeche Mode with a loud guitar in it, and he liked that as well.
Assertion. Sorry, the hashtag assertion of the watches.
Oh God.
So lame.
Essentially, did Burton ever get his voice back?
No. Like, did I tell you the funny story where I actually took my friend to the first? Like, I've been to hundreds of millions of Fear Factory gigs, and I'm seriously over exaggerating there, but the first time my friend was so obsessed, one of the same, and he was high as fuck, and he sang like I don't know, Celine Dion, like just, it was all just fucked up. Like, it was unnecessary. We did not need that, and auditory organs were raped that night. We just did not need that in our lives. Like, it was just shit. Such a big disappointment for my friend, and like I'm sitting there going, dude, these guys are really good live, because I've seen them live so many times, so good, so awesome, and it was just was just
his voice. I saw him when they toured with Devon, actually, when they toured with Devon Townsend, and Fear Factory and Devon shared a bill together, and Fear Factory went on first. And they played, like, the first half of the show was just the first half of the Demanufacture album, and it was just painful to listen to. It was so, I mean, oh God. And my friend and I were looking at each other going, we grew up with this music, we're trying to enjoy it, but he's really making it hard.
What's that band called? Disturbed?
Yeah,
it's just like that. It's there, but you really just want to fucking pluck it over your ear hole. Like, it's not necessary in your life. It's just so shit.
Do you know what? I just took a look at the old clock, and let's see. I've actually been streaming now for a little under 4 hours. even though we are listening to a record right now, it is getting on dinner time. So I'm thinking, what would everyone be really upset with me if we, because we've already listened to this record once, technically, if we cut this one short and went straight to the Space Quest the movie screening. And then after that, we sort of end the stream and I can go grab some dinner.
Sure. That sounds good. I did actually have one little story.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Very similar to your case, where like my mom really loves music, and however, like when I was a kid, like the closest thing I'd buy to like CDs or what have you was like Weird Al Yankovic. and a little later on, I started finding CD compilations of anime and video game music. And sometimes I'm in the car and I just happen to have the CD, and I just say, oh well, I've just got this new CD. Would you like to listen to it? And she said, well, what is it? Oh, it's from this anime that I watched. Like, yes. Oh, it's from this video game series. It's like, is it going to be beeps and boops?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's good, trust me. All right. And I put it in, and one of those CDs was from Cowboy Bebop, Tank.
Oh, yeah.
And for those who don't know, Cowboy Bebop, it's the music was done by Yoko Kanno, and Yoko Kanno just does every single genre ever, and it's just amazing. And
he does what's necessary.
Yeah, she really does. And I just put it in. He goes like, "Oh, it's jazz. It's really nice." And then I just put in another one, and it's yeah, here's a Super Mario CD. And then it's all big band music.
Yeah.
Just with Super Mario songs.
Yeah, and oh, did you ever try like playing like Katamari Damacy soundtracks? Or is that a bit too esoteric, perhaps? Because they are all over the fucking place.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was always a lot of fun to listen to. But a little strange for my mom.
Maybe okay.
But it would be something I'd play in my car. So yeah, there's
I have
that.
a squeaky lid.
Yeah, and it was a lot better than listening to her Eric Clapton CDs. Thanks to that, and thanks to me working a summer job where Tears in Heaven was played almost 24/7, made me not really appreciate the man. But I could appreciate this joke. I got a joke for you all. What's the difference between a small child and a bag of cocaine?
Oh God, this is going to be a terrible joke, isn't it? Because I happen to know what Tears in Heaven is about.
I love the bag of cocaine more.
Eric Clapton wouldn't let the bag of cocaine go out a window.
Oh God, that is horrible. Oh God.
I was trying to put a bit of a disdain on your joke, but you just beat me to it with the punchline. Holy shit.
God fucking damn it. Now the official story is that he was not even present when it happened. He was out of town. He was
obviously because he was on cocaine.
Well, yeah, that too. But it's not like he just let his kid drop out of the window.
No. But to be fair, I mean, it's a really horrible thing to have any parent experience that kind of thing. It's nightmarish. But the thing is that I just had to listen to that song over and over.
The song is terrible. The song fucking sucks. I hate Tears in Heaven.
Yeah. And in all honesty, I wish he was the one who went out the window. What do I have to suffer, man? I mean, I feel sorry, but come on.
Yeah. We had to suffer our childhood a lot. My old man smoking a joint and getting drunk and just listening to Brothers in Arms by Dire Straits over and over and over again. Holy shit! Well,
I actually liked Brothers in Arms when I was a kid.
It's a great song. I literally, my dad, when I started playing guitar and bass and all the other shit, I actually learned how to play Brothers in Arms, and he just went, you did all right. Like it was
thanks,
just such a cunt.
Oh god. Yeah. All right. So, sorry to burst everything. I'm just gonna switch to the. I'm just gonna clear away all the shit I have on my desktop, and switch over to the desktop view. And
more importantly, are there any more naysayers against the naysayers on the Kickstarter page?
That's a good question, actually. I doubt it. I don't think they're awake right now. Nope, we're still reigning kings. We've actually covered most of the first page entirely. We've actually there's one comment, and it's a good comment. Lasse Simola has written a very lovely comment in response to Corey Cole, who wrote another great comment. But we've actually not only have we pushed the trolls off the first page, we've actually covered pretty much the entire first page, save for one comment, with this stream today. That is amazing. So thank you so much, everyone in the chat who made this happen. That is phenomenal. Let's see here. Have I got? Where the hell is the? Where the hell? Oh, the YouTube chat is hidden behind. There we go. There we go. That is not what I wanted. That is... Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm messing... Because I switched to the desktop and I thought that I had all my shit together. It turns out I don't. Hang on. Just give me a sec. Because I want the chat to be visible when we watch the movie. Just be a brief second. I'm very, very sorry. Very sorry. There we go. There it is. There we go. Right. So... what we are about to watch, and again, I'm sorry for cutting the music a bit short, but that was actually the last record, and it was a repeat of the Space Quest 4 record that we'd already listened to, kind of. What we're about to watch now is Space Quest the movie. Now, Space Quest the movie is a very fancy name for what is essentially a Let's Play of Space Quest 1 that's been edited to remove all the text boxes, and sort of edited with like pans and zooms and cuts and such. But it's still the graphics from the original Space Quest. And then new dialogue has been added, but a lot of the dialogue from the original has been kept. And I wrote new music for it. But in the instances where there was music in the original, I kept that. With one except, you'll notice that the opening theme that plays is not the opening theme from the original game. However, that tune that plays in the opening will play over the end credits. So I didn't skimp out on you. I just don't want you to cry foul when the movie starts and it's not the original Space Quest theme. It will show up later in the movie. And also, there's only one band in the bar, so it's just the ZZ Top. Not ZZ Top bands playing, but if we do a vinyl of it, or when we do the vinyl of it, it'll have all three canteen bands, bar bands. Everyone calls it the canteen bands. It's not a canteen; it's a bar. But it's because Star Wars is so ingrained in our heads. Anyway, where the hell?
The cantina.
Can I tell you one funny story about that?
Because I need to find the fucking movie. I seem to have lost it.
Okay, so I'll ramble. Because, back in the day,
I found it. Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
When I was a wee urchin parasite thing, whatever it is I am these days, I said, Dad, I really want to buy a computer. And he goes, okay, cool. And we looked it up, and it was like $3,000 back, and this is like in 1986 or some shit. Like, it was just fucking insane. And then my friend who had his mother was a school teacher, so they had everything, and we're literally they had the Blues Brothers theme and ZZ Top and all this stuff going on. I'm literally whistling all these tunes to my dad that I've heard on the PC speaker, and he goes to me, that they sound pretty cool, mate. And I'm like, yeah. And if you want to listen to it live and proper, you can just go out and buy me a IBM compatible PC. And he just went, nah. Fuck you.
Not gonna happen. I was lucky. My dad was into technology. He was into computers, and he was the one who brought home a Commodore 64 when my brother and I were like, I don't know, 6 or 7 or whatever, and he thought he was gonna, learn how to program in assembly and all that. No, dude, you buy a computer that has a games library that big, your kids are gonna fucking monopolize that thing. So that became, the kids' Commodore 64, and then Dad could work on it in the evenings if he was still awake. And then my dad got a 386, and the whole.
Come on, kids, I want to do some work. God, sorry, Dad, my program music. Duh.
Harry Kid, the screen is not frozen. You can see my mouse move. It's just that we're kind of pre-rambling because I'm about to screen. Maybe we should just screen the movie.
Can you share it on the Discord with sound or no?
I'll give it a go.
He's back.
I have to open.
It's still at work, mate.
I have to open it and just.
Now hold on, Brandon is. He's back.
What?
I think, oh, shit. My Discord is showing. I think Discord just ate your microphone there, Brandon.
I just said, what? I've been here the whole time.
I think I can share. Let's see if sound will actually play. Give it a go. All right, so you'll have to let me know if things are off. We'll have to restart the movie. But here we go.
Yep.
See, the problem on my end is that I can't actually hear it. Because I think this thing is set to the wrong audio device. God damn it. Audio output module. Oh, good lord. Device. You're supposed to go to speak. By the way, a massive thank you to my good friend Alexander Mejia for this clusterfuck. He honestly did a really, really great job of fixing all my audio shit and doing all this. But this means whenever I stream, I'm actually streaming to one audio device, and then OBS is listening to that audio device and piping it into another audio device, which is then going into my ears. So I have to point VLC to the audio device that I don't have in my ears. It's complicated. Anyway, so that means I have to open the fucking thing again. I can now hear it, but you can't because the stream cut out because I closed VLC. So now I will reshare VLC. Everyone on YouTube and Twitch is just going, "What the fuck is this? What did I just tune into?" But yes,
hey, Two Guys from Andromeda production.
Yeah,
presents things and stuff.
Now we get to see and listen to the music. By the way, you're free to talk during the movie because it's obviously there's no dialogue. The dialogue is all in subtitles and it's just music. So feel free to say anything you want. I probably won't be able to keep my mouth shut either. So anyway, here we go. A first look at Space Quest the movie. Pay no attention to the opening credits.
Well, the blackness. How can you pay attention to that?
Wow, big cast. With Rena McGator as the Hobbit.
Hey, T-Man, I'm really glad we cleared out those 2 pages on the Kickstarter.
Yeah, me too.
That's so cool.
That is amazing. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Also, one of the notes that we've been talking about is cutting down the original opening, this crawl that you're seeing right now. This is all from the original game. This is the opening crawl from the original game, and I think it was actually Haruki in the text chat right now saying it's a bit long, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, it is. So we're
a little loud.
The temptation to narrate the opening scroll is strong, but I am nobly resisting.
Kind of drowning out the voices.
Light years from the real solar system, the people of the galaxy Unon. Blah, blah, blah.
God. Okay, so in the text chat, you're gonna have to tell me: is the movie too loud? Are we too loud? How's the mix?
Well, it depends on what you want to listen to, because I've got both about the same level right now. The music is about the same level as the chat.
Okay, it's supposed to duck. And the audio is supposed to duck when we talk. I hope it actually is doing that.
Well, we won't hear that in the Discord, but on the stream.
Oh, obviously, right? Yeah. Oh, that's true.
So does that mean the audio on the stream is actually going quack every time?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure, because I want to make sure it ducks.
By the way, this sound effect of battle stations is from the Apple II GS version. Sampled straight from it.
Peep, 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 peep.
If you guys hear a crunching noise in the background, that's my cat molesting a big poster of the moon that's in the corner of the room. I think he's making a nest. Okay, cool. So, I think the mix, as far as I can tell from the chat, the mix is okay. So, this dialogue here, this running inner monologue or outer monologue that Roger has, of course, is not from the original game. I had a little help with the dialogue from our good friend Samuel Lawson, who originally this bit was a lot more silent, but later when Roger gets to Corona, he starts, talking to himself a lot. And Sam was like, the first bit is really non-talky and it could be a little dull, so why don't you add more of that sort of stream of consciousness dialogue? So that's why Roger's now talking to himself a lot. And some might say blasphemy, some might say I should have stuck with only the dialogue that was in the original game. That would have been a very quiet movie.
And boring. This is more interesting.
Maybe a little boring, yeah.
See, if somebody told me that, I'd go through and I'd do a look in every room and then have that dialogue in every single room, everywhere I go, look at everything, and, make sure it's all in there just to be annoying.
Well, that would have been a really weird movie.
Exactly.
Yeah. Seconds on Xenon tick by faster than they do on Earth. Oh, and Brandon has been very kind and not said anything, but yes, this is in the wrong aspect ratio. That is unfortunately because the Let's Play that I used for writing the music to was in the wrong aspect ratio, and at the time I was doing it, I was thinking, yeah, no one's gonna watch this, and then the project ballooned. Everything happened like in the wrong order, so there was no point in fixing it because then I'd have to rewrite all the music and all the cues and all that shit. So.
Those things remind me of pinball jet bumpers.
Yeah, I think that's actually... I think if you look at them, it actually says something like that. By the way, there's a lot of trickery editing going on. Oh, you just saw a little error there, which is that the scrolling text on top is from a different frame or a different shot. There's a lot of that going on where I had to sort of split the video, or like crop bits of the video out and replace it with other bits from different parts of the Let's Play just for continuity. because I had to cut out all the text boxes. And yes, David in the chat says he didn't get the key card. No, I actually couldn't get the key card thing to sort of like fit in the video. Like the key card is an adventure game puzzle. It didn't make narrative sense that he had to go and search a dead body for a key card, because Roger doesn't know he needs a key card later on. So basically, he's just robbing a dead guy at the point. But it makes sense in a game context, but it didn't make sense from a narrative perspective.
Not unless you were going to walk all the way to that door, then realize you need a key card, and then go back.
Yeah.
Which would be even worse.
And it's a bit late for that, because I've already done all the music, and it all syncs up to the action on screen, which is also why I couldn't just redo the footage with the correct aspect ratio, because everything is synced. That explosion was also in the original game. You just blinked and missed it.
Oh, that's why I missed it. Dang it.
Yeah. Thank you, Midnight Sky and David, for saying that the text captures Roger. Thank you. I'm really worried that people are going to look at this and go, oh my god, what has he done to Roger? I tried to keep to his... Well, thanks for the shout. I'm watching with my 6-year-old. Hi, 6-year-old. Sorry for swearing so much.
Shouldn't have done those dead kid jokes.
We're talking about pilfering dead bodies. Yeah, see, the windshield glass was really hard to get in. It was really hard to get into the narrative. I just had him pick it up because in his name, in Roger's head, he's like, maybe I'll need a weapon. I'm on a alien planet. Maybe I'll need something to defend myself with, and that was my sort of weird reasoning for picking it up. But it is, again, a very adventure gamey thing that's hard to put into a narrative context.
See, I was thinking it'd been funny if he's like, I need to check my hair right here after the wreck. Oh, look at this. Nice mirror glass. I'll have to keep this.
He's wearing a helmet.
I know. That's what's even worse.
Oh, God. Oh, and by the way, hey, Isaac Rachman, thank you so much for watching. David's 6-year-old is named Isaac, so I just thought I'd give him a shout out. Hi, Isaac.
Hi, Isaac.
Hey.
Get the fucking plant.
I did get the plant. I had there's a whole gag where he chews and it spits it out and says, oh, that's not edible.
Thank you.
And also, so we have the Sarian spider droid, and by the way, that thing is also cut in from a different screen in the Let's Play. Oh god, there's so much editing shit going on here. Later on...
All I can say is, you look at this and Mark Crow is a motherfucking genius.
Yes, he is. God, this is from 1986. This is so beautiful. Anyway, later when I go back up after having talked to the hologram, spoiler, because of how the game is coded, the spider droid drops down again. In the game, it just does that, and the first spider droid, it's the same spider droid essentially. It just drops down again because there's no global flag for when the spiders dropped. However, because I couldn't cut around that in this movie, there are now 2 spider droids. So I had to capture footage of the spider droid walking, and then create a transparent sprite of that I could chroma key in. so there would be 2 spider droids. It's coming up.
I love the grill gags in this too, and that lended itself well to the second spider.
Oh, the that doesn't sound too friendly. Oh god, I hate it when I'm right.
No, the underground monster.
Oh, right. Nobody saw that.
Everybody saw it.
Everybody saw that. And that's actually a thing you can do in the game. You can fall down from that ledge and survive.
Love the piano.
Thank you.
You know, if you ever make a Space Quest 2 movie of this, you just start it with a dream sequence of all the ways he could have died in Space Quest 1, the movie.
That is a great idea.
Get into Space Quest 2.
God, that is a great idea.
Dead man, what do you mean if he does? He will.
Oh, I will. I actually will.
Well, there you go. Now you know the opening sequence.
Oh, that is so good, because what I'm going to do for the second one is do it in the right order. I'm actually going to write the script first, and then put the Let's Play together. You know, and you know, because another thing is the dialogue was written last. This was pretty much just supposed to be
gadget. Oh, sorry, I'm watching the movie and getting excited. You haven't activated the gadget.
Right, no, but the translator isn't in the movie either, because, well, it is, but why would he stop to fiddle with it? He has no idea he's about to meet someone who speaks a different language.
Yeah, but for all of us that got spat out back into Corona and just went, okay.
Well, yeah, but in the movie, it's just on. Now that spider droid to the right is chroma keyed in, and the one to the right is still chroma keyed in. You can kind of see it around the edges when it walks past some grass, but
I'm actually rewatching this, and I just think about this game, and I just think it's all muscle memory for me now. It's it's so dumb. Because like if you play this with a child or a kid and you walk them through everything you made, all the mistakes that you made when you were a kid, and they go, oh, you know, so why did this happen? You're like, just shut up. I'm just going to push this button now. Like it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's all when I went back and played Space Quest 4 on the channel years ago when I did the Space Quest playthroughs. I was trying to do like entertaining commentary, or at least a mildly interesting commentary, and I found myself trying to explain the narrative structure of why Roger does what he does at the mall, and I was going, it's been so long since I actually paid attention to the plot. I'm just going through the motions. I actually don't know why I'm doing this, and I had to sit there and think for a minute and go, oh, I'm doing this because the goal is to clean out the ATM so I can afford the hint book.
This is my favorite thing.
Yeah, Brandon is mastering some of the music, and he you didn't ask for this one, but I gave you this one because you said you liked it. So
yes, thank you for giving me this track. I really love it.
You're very, very kind. Brandon, by the way, is the voice of the Coronian Elder here. Also in the movie, he's turned in his voice. It's a very, very peculiar sounding alien voice. It fits absolutely perfectly.
I was going for a kind of enlightened ET type of thing.
Yeah, and it works. And there's this filter on your voice that's also really good. I should make his lips move. It's a very ventriloquisty kind of act. If you can't tell,
yeah, you can even just have 2 frames or something.
Yeah, I should probably do that. If you can't tell, this is actually Roger's boss from Space Quest 2 painted over. I should probably get an actual artist to draw Slash Volhall and have his mouth move. Maybe we can find someone who can do that just for this scene.
I thought you were trying to get the man involved with this part.
Yeah, I want Scott Murphy to voice Slash Volhall in this scene, because his username on Twitter is Slash Volhall, and he named his cat Slash. So I really wanted, but he hasn't gotten back to me about that yet. Oh, Jim Lang says Adobe Character Animator can do mouth moves. Yeah, I have actually 2 good mouth moves. I tried doing a Space Quest historian, like my animated character. I tried doing some mouth matching with that, and it came out looking really weird. So I didn't use it. This is my favorite gag. Because we had to get rid of the second spider droid. I didn't know how to get rid of the second spider droid. I put in this text because, you know, back when this was just a playthrough with added music, this scene would just, you know, it was just the skimmer scene. But now it's like a little miniature music video kind of thing in the middle. In its defense, though, I will say Ghost in the Shell had a bit in the middle where it's just music and lovely scenery, and that's a classic. Arguably, the music was better in Ghost in the Shell.
Is you could actually use this as a time for Roger to really do it. Like where after he watches the video of /Bullhawk, he could then just get into the scooter, and now he starts thinking. And this is where you can have that kind of moment because there's a bit of quiet, just a little bit.
I just like the fact that I'm literally, after all the interviews and everything I've heard, like when they created this scene, like, you know, Scott's trying his best, and then all of a sudden Ken Williams walks in and goes, "Holy shit! I need to make this work now." Seriously, what's fucking?
Well, Ken was on board. Ken even they had some late nights at Ken's house programming this thing, and that's how
I know he was on board, but after just, you know, running a business and being a husband and everything else, and all of a sudden Scott Murphy goes, "Hey dude, I've got this idea." He's like, "Oh."
And even
it sounds good. It sounds good, but fuck, I don't want to work anymore. Like, just shut up, leave me alone.
I actually got the Space Quest theme in this little techno tune. Kind of.
Okay, maybe we ought to put the words popcorn break at the top so you can know you have enough time to go make a bag of popcorn.
Yeah.
Oh, what was that? Who's that guy? He was in a movie at some time in a point of reality. Did anyone? I can't remember the name of the actor. His name was fuck. He did a movie called Wide Earp.
Say, this is a genuine Felton Sand Skimmer.
Hey, yeah, Deadman is the voice of the sales dude here with the Geordie LaForge eyes.
Kevin Costner is in Wide Earp. Is that what you're talking?
Yes, the Kevin Costner. That's that was the first movie that I had to go see with an intermission.
Oh god, yeah, Kevin Costner movies were legendarily long. The chat agrees that the skimmer scene is a bit long. So what I might do is just cut it down and then put the full music track on, you know, the soundtrack.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
extended.
I like that.
Yeah, let's do that. You know what? Really, really obnoxiously, I'm actually going to walk out on my own pre-screening and have a little pee break, and I'll be back in just a second. Sorry, I was hoping I could like stay to the end, but no, my bladder has other ideas.
Sometimes you just got to empty the old lizard.
Sometimes you share a bit too much. But pardon me while I go outside and have a piss.
Maybe he just drank too much Coronian beer.
Oh, that'd be squirt diarrhea, wouldn't?
We're not going to discuss what's squirting after this.
You've obviously had Corona, or that Mexican beer. That is fucking horrendous. That's horrendous.
Never have, but I've heard stories.
Yeah, it's if anyone ever asks you to have a beer experience, you just say, "No, thank you, sir. That's unnecessary. I don't need that in my life." It's
You know, I wish my experience with the slot machine, the slots of death, had been this easy when I played the game. I can't tell you how many save and restore scums I did to get through this.
Oh, I did the exact same thing, my friend, and then I listened to Charles's podcast, and all of a sudden you can just type in "holy shit," and all of a sudden the game makes you less angry.
I like the anime speed lines there. That's really good.
Oh, I made it just in time for Tiny. All the Tiny's dialogue is lifted straight from the original game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I recognize every bit of it.
Yeah.
Don't mess with perfection.
No. Tiny has great dialogue. Oh, thanks, Midnight Sky. The slot machine scene. Yeah, that one was a little hard to get to fit in narratively as well, but it kind of makes sense. So it was easier than the key card. I'll give you that. Also, of interest, the voice for Tiny has been cast. Josh Mandel plays Tiny.
Woo! Yes.
So he did.
We laughed that he only gives you a 70 Buckazoid credit on a 99 Buckazoid ship that never even got off the lot.
It's not even his. Also, there's a mistake there. I fixed that mistake. The hatch stayed open. I fixed that. This next, the pan, when he leaves, when Roger leaves, is stitched together from two screens. There you go. Stitched together from two screens. God damn it, that took forever.
That's beautiful.
Oh yeah, that was good too.
It's like over in a second.
Makes me want scrolling screens in AGI.
Brainiac is actually right. I do require supplementary bladder support. I have really overactive bladder. I don't want to bore anyone, but I suffer from easy dehydration, so I have to drink a lot of water, or else I start getting dizzy and passing out, and that means I have to piss a lot.
But that means you could make a lot of money from OnlyFans too.
Yes.
That is true.
If you're into that sort of thing.
Now I'm picturing you trying to do a marathon live stream with a catheter. It's like, no. I take pee breaks. I don't care. Grell Kibble is also the Mugger's dialogue is also lifted from the original game. Yes, my body hates me. Our good friend Papaya Chemist plays the sales beast here, and she did a terrific job. It's so dry and sarcastic, or just like, I don't want to talk to you kind of thing. And I didn't stutter, human. See, I'm not actually sure the sales beast had that personality in the original game. I mean, it was kind of condescending.
Not what I pictured, but it does fit.
Because in the VGA remake, everyone hates Roger for some reason. But the sales beast does have that condescending line about, you look like you would be interested in our sale items. So I kind of wrote the dialogue to, it was a condescending kind of... By the way, this dialogue, the little robot, that's also lifted from the game itself. I didn't make any of that up.
Really?
Yes. If you talk to a robot, you get this long-ass dialogue. And Also Monster, or Pete, our good friend Pete, voices the navigations robot. She drank a lot of coffee before she recorded the voice, and she's so good. Like, you really...
Yes, that's excellent.
Spot on.
It's so annoying.
Everyone's voices so far are great.
Yeah.
You've got going.
Yeah, Gemini does the Coronian hologram with such pathos.
I'm just waiting for my throat to get a little bit better.
Actually, I was out during your scene, Michael. Michael is the patron at the bar who clues Roger in on where the Deltor is, and it's just the. I can just picture your voice being pitch perfect for this.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll try. I'll do my best.
The little there's a little like a animosity thing going on between Roger and the droid here, and I'm just basing that off the fact that the droid is such a chatterbox in the original. So I imagine he was like this overly chirpy little droid. This line about the extended warranty and all that is from the game itself.
That I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
This scene here, I always remember on a really, really, really low res screen, and you just no speaker, no nothing. You're just hearing the hum of the computer. That's all you're hearing is the hum of the computer during this screen. So cool.
You'll also notice I very purposely tried to avoid Roger saying anything heroic, like I'm off to vanquish the evil or something like that.
How would he ever know that was what he was doing, really? He's a janitor anyway.
There's that, and there's also the long-standing argument between Space Quest fans if Roger is doing this out of heroism, because he has a big head, or he's like delusions of grandeur, or because it just finds it necessary. The way I got around that was to just have the droid ask him, where are you going with that jetpack? And then Roger just says, I really wish you wouldn't ask. Which can be interpreted both ways. So either he's doing it out of heroism, or he's doing it to save his own ass.
It certainly did a 2-hour episode of whether he's a bumbling idiot or an anti-hero. Yeah.
I love that noise.
Sound effect from Space Quest 5.
Yeah.
I've always felt, personally, for me, Roger Wilco is that kind of hero that's bumbling, but has a good heart.
Yeah.
His heart's in the right place.
Yeah, and one thing that always gets overlooked is that Roger is not an idiot. He's just lazy. Scott keeps saying that he's a path of least resistance kind of guy. Later games like 5 and 6 kind of make him like this bumbling idiot who falls over things and such. He wasn't,
especially 5.
Especially 5, but he really wasn't like that in the first 4 games, at least. Not as far as I think, anyway.
The voice for Roger in 4 also makes him sound kind of low IQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does actually help bring about that whole goofiness to him, and I think a good Roger voice should be. I don't think he should be like incredibly quirky. It's just kind of like, I meant to do that.
Yeah, I have actually. I asked. My first choice for Roger thankfully said yes, and it's my friend Robert Menace, who has a podcast called the Nostalgia Road Trip, and he has a really good voice. It's I think it's really good. I can't really describe his voice to you, but I think he's going to do a good job. He doesn't sound like a dopey idiot like I think 6. The voice in the 6 kind of did, and he doesn't sound like
better, but yeah.
Oh, well. And here,
if I could just randomly interject, Jeff Bender, who we all know, who did the voice of Roger in Space Quest 4. The funniest thing ever is when you start to harass people in the arcade, and they're going, well, you guys are bringing out the latest release, and you keep harassing. He goes, just beat it, you jerk. That was the. But like he's just like casually walking up going, hey, what's going on here? And they're just tearing shreds off him. You don't know why. Mind you, you've just traveled through time and traversed like a big pile of shit, and all of a sudden this guy, like a video game nerd, is trolling you live there on stage. Is so funny. I love it.
I love that he used the same clip 3 times. What's going on in there? So like he's just at the end is like he's purposely annoying the hell out of them.
But just the way they look, I remember the dude had one eye, muffled mouthy looking thing, and he's like, you jerk. And it's so funny.
Also, I had to get around.
His came off too.
In this movie, I had to get around the fact that Roger just committed stone cold murder. So in the movie, he identifies the grenades as stun grenades, and then he drops one on the guard, and he goes, "Oh, I guess that wasn't a stun grenade." So it's an accidental murder.
No, but you could also put a slight taste of humanity in there, where you go, "Hold on," and you just like kick that guy in the ribs a couple of times.
Well, the fact that smoke pours out of the grenade when it drops is kind of a giveaway, I think.
I mean, you know, Roger could just naively walk up and go,
"Yeah, you all right,
buddy?
there?
Buddy, you okay? Hey, he's snoring. Okay, he's not snoring now. I feel bad."
That actually loses you a
check
point.
for signs of life. Thump, thump, thump.
And also to add a bit more to the Roger is a hero or not a hero.
And that's a perfect kick position right there. He looks like he's about to kick him in the guts.
Yeah, I might actually put that in. Thought I saw it. Yeah, because he fired his gun there, and I couldn't edit around it for some reason, so I just put in the shot. Like, he's jumpy. He just got out of the elevator and shot.
I still don't, like, for me, playing the gun, you know, when it says press F whatever to shoot stuff, and you're sitting there trying to shoot stuff, and it's so infuriating and scary at the same time, and you've just cut into I don't know how you've cut into a movie, because that would, like, now that I'm thinking about what you're doing, is kind of driving me out the wall.
It was fun to do, though.
Dave Stryker points out something pretty good. He says, "I don't know if it really counts as murder if they're trying to destroy your entire planet."
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Oh, it's okay. He said, "I don't know if it really counts as murder if they're trying to destroy your entire planet."
Well, there's that. Yeah, obviously.
If you just consider it as part of the extended military action of them taking over the Arcada and destroying it, you can just consider it a part of an ongoing battle.
It's Arcada.
Okay, well, I'll go get an avocado and make up some guacamole.
Brandon, this is the reason why people...
Anybody want some Campagna?
This is why people complain and fight. This is why we have trolls, because people are saying Arcada. Well, I read it in Australian, so it was like ABC. It was a struggle for me to just read those words.
Obviously, the end credits are, well, not entirely accurate. For instance, Brandon Bloom plays the Coronian leader and not Gemini. I will, however, confirm that you maybe saw at the end there that it said Xenon leader Dan Abaddon. That is actually correct. Dan is voicing the Coronian leader at the end. And this is really messed up. Are you ready for this? The Sarian guard outside the washing room, the one that he walks up to and goes, "Hey, do you know where the star generator is?" And the guy goes, "I don't know, I just work here." Ken Williams is going to play that Sarian guard.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious.
Wow.
I asked him and he said yes. Ken Williams is going to play that guard.
Holy crap.
Isn't that the character that also talks about the King's Quest
games?
Yes.
Oh god.
It is.
That's perfect.
And when he said yes, we asked him, can you also say the line about do you own King's Quest 2? I think that's the precise line, because we want to put that in as a sort of after the credits Easter egg. Just Roger and him standing. Do you own King's Quest 2? Black screen.
If someone could add like the first end post credits scene that I ever saw was in the Super Mario Brothers movie where they're talking about the Super Cooper.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
What they go in and pitch their game.
Yeah, but everyone's going, "Oh, Marvel did that first." I'm like, no, just shut up. If there could be like a scene where Ken Williams goes, "Hey, I've got an idea for a movie," that'd be really cool.
Well, we're already doing the King's Quest 2 thing, but yeah. Okay, so quickly, Johnny Carcinogen in the chat says, I wanted to leave a comment for the two guys. Thank you guys for being a formative part of my warped sense of humor and the weirdo I am today. I will happily paste that in as the the last comment of this evening. However, I just want to reiterate. Did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. I just want to reiterate that even though we have now successfully taken over the entire first page, if I reload this, if I reload this,
two pages,
we filled the entire first page with nothing but positive comments from this stream alone. And that is a hell of an achievement. And as Michael just said, we have shoved the trolls out of the second page. Like if you load more, it's still only like positive comments. Well, there's that one. But anyway,
well, sorry, Charles. The fact that you've made this more active every time, I feel that every time they do something so negative, we just need to do something so positive, and we will just keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely right. And that's why I want to reiterate. If even though the stream will end in just a minute, if you have a comment for the Two Guys from Andromeda and you're not a Kickstarter backer, so you can't post in the comment section, send it to me and I will post it for you. And I will do that from now until like the end of time. From now until Space Venture is out or when the Kickstarter closes or whatever. So just send me your positive comments, your comments of encouragement, support, or whatever for the Two Guys from Andromeda, and I will post them for you because obviously the trolls that did infest these comment sections that we've now driven down to the second page, of course they'll see this as engaging and they'll come back and blah blah blah. So all we have to do, like Michael said, is just hit them back with more positivity. Just ignore them, just bury them with supportive comments, actual fan comments. I'm not saying all roses. I'm not saying whitewash the past. I'm not saying mistakes weren't made, blah blah blah. I'm saying
can I just interject for a slight little moment here? I'm sorry to do this to you, T-Man.
No worries. No worries.
It's not about us, it's about them. And they are what has created this community. They have brought this on. Like they've done it all. Like and you know, they're going through some tough times. Who cares? Let's just support them.
Exactly. It's the difference between, because one of the things that the trolls keep bringing up is that we're all gatekeepers. We don't want dissenting voices. We don't want criticisms. We don't want, it's all got to be roses and ponies and unicorns and shit. That is absolutely not the point of this. You are well within your right to have concerns and to be disappointed and whatever you have. You're well within your right to be critical of the project. I am not here to completely just cover this with unicorns and flowers and shit. I just want the trolls who speculate about abysmal shit, who have nothing but the worst of intentions, who create false narratives about the space venture, where the budget went, where everyone took the money and ran off. All of that needs to go away. That's the difference. So that is why we're doing this. Thank you so much.
I definitely agree. It's just a big dead horse right now. Okay, they were in a lot of trouble, but they keep showing that they are doing work. They're not running off. I've seen running off.
There is no running off, and there was never any running off. And that's the narrative they constantly push, is either they took the money and ran, or the money ran out, so they're not working on it anymore. It's vaporware. It's all of that shit. It's nuts. And I know for a fact, I talked to them.
But I'm sorry. How can the money just grab the money and ran. Like, they've made a prototype. They've made a beta version. They've made so many releases of this game.
They just recorded all the voice actors, just a few months ago.
And that's what I mean. I was very fortunate to play the beta version. I'm sitting there going, like, they've put in so much work, time, and effort. And, like, you compare that to a game like a non-indie indie studio, and like they've got a minuscule of the budget compared to anyone else. Like, it's just ridiculous.
They've got no budget at the moment. They're all working on it in their spare time for free, which is also, I mean, and what Chris Pope said was, if we were ever considering abandoning it, that never even crossed our minds, because we've sacrificed so much to even just get the thing made. There is no way we could ever abandon it, and none of the two guys have abandoned it. There's also a constant thing that shows up about how Scott Murphy isn't part of the project and never really was, and tried to get out of it and all this. It's all bullshit. Both of the two guys are in this. Chris Pope is in this. Togamario in the chat here. Tyler is programming it. Like he said, he's still programming on it. It's not abandoned. No one took the money and ran, and we have now proved that we actually have supportive fans in the community. Well, we knew that, of course, but again, if anyone went to the Kickstarter comments and had a look at it, they would think, the false narrative being pushed was that this was a huge disaster and everyone were terribly disappointed. We have now successfully buried that false narrative, and I could not be happier. So if you're watching this later for some reason, if tell your friends. If you want a supportive comment posted on the Kickstarter, if you just want to offer support, I guarantee you, Chris Pope and Mark Crow and Scott Murphy, they read these. So if send them to me, and I will post them for you. And I will do that until Space Venture is launched, and after that as well. If the trolls keep coming back, then we will come back even stronger. There you go. That's it. That's really it.
Well said.
Thank you, team, man. You have done nothing but a great service to the two guys and Chris Pope, or the third guy. Let's say the three guys, but you have done a lot of work, and I really appreciate everything that they've done, you've done, and let's just keep their vision kicking ass and going forward.
Yes, could not agree more. Thank you. Seriously, couldn't have done it without you guys. The Space Quest community that's alive and well and kicking. The actual community, not the fake one that was in the comments earlier. The actual community is just the most wonderful community of all time. The Space Quest Historian Discord is a wonderful community, and just the general Space Quest adventure game community that's out there in social media. You guys are fantastic. So I could not be happier to do a small part in facilitating this. But really, you guys are the backbone and the engine that drives this whole thing. So cheers very much, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to turn off the stream now and go have some dinner. And I just appreciate the fucking hell out of you. So thank you, everyone. And I'll see you around the Chrono stream.
See ya.